Good morning. I declare this Kempsey Shire Council meeting open. It is the 18th of June, 2024. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. Please ensure all your devices, like mobile phones, are in silent mode. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Kinney Ring, Councillor Kerry Riddington and Deputy Mayor, Councillor Alexander Wyatt, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Scott Butterfield and Councillor Anthony Patterson. Council staff in attendance are Mr Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Ms Lisa Davies, Acting Director Corporate and Commercial, and Mr Daniel Thorogood, Group Manager Governance and Information Services. I would like to remind all councillors of the need to conduct ourselves with respect for the democratic decision-making process that is to be expected in a council meeting. For those watching online, please understand that councillors will be accessing the meeting agenda documents on their laptops and sometimes making notes on them. Councillors are doing their best to be informed on the decisions they are making. With that, we will now commence the meeting with a condolence motion. A remarkable man and leader has passed. John Bowell, OAM, Kempsey Shire Councillor and Kempsey Shire Mayor, has died at the age of 92 years. I received the very sad news last Saturday week and immediately conveyed the condolences of the Shire and myself to his wife Faye and his family. A private funeral was held at Walker's Funeral Home on the 30th of May. At his passing, John and Faye had been married for 71 years, with each supporting the other and their many endeavours within our community. John Bowell was a man who served the community for many years. He was employed in local government from 1947, and 11 years later, in 1958, he commenced work for Macleay and Kempsey Shire Councils. He was a staff member at Kempsey Council from July 1958 until October 1994. He retired as Director of Environmental Health and Development. Mr Bowell was elected to Council in 1995. He was a member of Kempsey Shire Council for 17 years, including 5 years as Mayor and 2 years as Deputy Mayor. It was only in April last year John and Faye left their South Kempsey home to be closer to their family. Upon their departure, many people saluted both for their long-term service to our community. Sonia Murphy of the Macleay Netball Association wrote the following on their departure. Faye and John, there are no words for how much you are appreciated by this community and how much you will have been missed by us all, especially us that have grown up, having you be such a big part of our lives. This morning I received this message from Michael Kemp, Member of Parliament and Member for Oxley, and asked me to read this out. John has always lived in South Kempsey. He was a Kempsey Shire Council Health Inspector for most of his career. I recall being a long-term Kempsey councillor, elected, who was known for his fierce representation of the community. A former Citizen of the Year and Kempsey's Australian of the Year, John was well respected and led from the front. My thoughts are with his family, his wife, and thanks for his life in our community. That was the message from Michael Kemp. In addition to his elected work and work role, he was a chairman of the Macleay Valley Tourist Association, was closely involved in the establishment of the Kempsey PCYC, as well as involved in the committee to successfully upgrade the Kempsey District Hospital. He was also a long-term advocate for the mental health program Headspace being established in our community. His ongoing contribution to our community was demonstrated by his work with others to establish the commemorative garden at South Kempsey, adjacent to the tennis courts. This garden is to remember the victims of the horrific tragedy of the Middleton Street level crossing collision between a train and school bus in 1968. 6 students died and 17 were injured in an incident that rocked the wider community. This commemorative garden is maintained by Kempsey Shire Council staff. Mr. Bowell was awarded the Order of Australia Medal, OAM, for services to local government and the community in June 2015. I have requested Council's flags be lowered to half-mast for today and tomorrow to honour John Bowell and his life of service to the Kempsey Shire community. Bowell, John Henry Bowell. As a mark of respect, I ask all present to stand in silence to mark his passing. Thank you, everyone. To finish off, if you would like to honour the late John Bowell, there is a condolence book at the top of the stairs to these council chambers for you to sign. It will be available for members of the public to sign at the council's customer service centre in Tozer Street for the remainder of the week. We will now have the opening prayer for our meeting. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberations today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of Kempsey Shire. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Wyatt, would you give us the acknowledgement of country, please?
Yeah, thank you. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Thunguddy and Dunguddy Nation, and we're here today on the lands of the Dunguddy people making these decisions. We're making these decisions on lands that are across our shire for the Thunguddy and Dunguddy Nation. We pay our respects to the elders past and present, and I particularly pay my respects to the young people who will be the emerging leaders. I also pay my respects to any Aboriginal people here today and listening online. We acknowledge the stolen generation and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Thunguddy, Dunguddy land and was never ceded.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We'll do acknowledgement of servicemen and women and families. Councillor Bain, please.
Murringboo, Mr. Mayor. Council acknowledges servicemen, servicewomen and their families from the frontier wars, South Africa, Gallipoli and Kokoda, from Long Tan to Uruzgan and all other conflicts and humanitarian deployments. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. All councillors are in attendance, so we don't have any apologies. In item 4, we move to item 5, which is the confirmation of minutes for the May Council meeting. I'd like a mover, please. Councillor Bain. seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. Any debate? No debate. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to items passed by exception. Oh, sorry. I've jumped ahead of myself. My mistake. I need to go to disclosures of interest. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wish to declare a booking interest, significant interest in item 10.13, outdoor dining fees. The reason being, I have tables and chairs on the footpath, and for that matter, Mr. Mayor, I'll be leaving the room when the matter is discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Riggin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict in the items. Well, it's the Rosedale Avenue items. I don't want to read them all out. Do I have to?
10.6 to 10.11. Yes.
Yeah, because I know people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest because I know people that live in those areas that are going to be discussed in the Rosedale Avenue, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 10.11. I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further declarations? No. We'll now move on to items passed by exception. Councillors, as you know, there are those items that are on the list, and I believe that all the ones on Rosedale Avenue will be taken out of the group. And I'm going to ask, are there any other items that need to be withdrawn? You only withdraw the ones that you have want to change or speak on. Okay, then that's the rules. We also have to withdraw outdoor dining fees 10.13. So, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would really like to withdraw item 9.1, the Local Traffic Committee
Thank you.
minutes.
Yes.
And can I just also say I'd like to foreshadow? Can I do that now? Amendments?
No, you don't have to until we get to the motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other withdrawals?
Question, Mrs. Mayor.
I'll go to questions after withdrawals are complete. Thank you.
So it may need to withdraw, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's you ask questions, and the process is, as you know, Councillor Patterson, if you ask questions, then you realise you need to withdraw. You can do that after your question has been asked. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm happy to wait for the other withdrawals, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, and I'd like to withdraw 12.3, Kempsey Regional Saleyards Infrastructure Upgrade Tender, which will be in confidential. Councillor Patterson, you have a question, and then you may or may not withdraw. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just through you, I'd like to ask about the Mayoral and Councillor fees, item 10.14. I've just got a question there on the amount that's being seeked. Could I have some confirmation on that and a possible reason why from the General Manager, if possible?
So you want to confirm that the amounts, is that what you're saying?
The amounts we're seeking and why are they that?
Okay, thank you. Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, each year the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal does a review of all the councillor and mayoral fees across the state, and they actually set a maximum amount for the different councillors based on their category as a council. What is being recommended is for councillors that the maximum amount of $22,540 be applied to the councillors, and the additional $49,200 be applied for the mayor. These, I think anyone would understand that $22,000 for the hours that the councillors put in is a very, very minimal amount given the work they actually do and the contribution they make. And hence we've actually recommended the full amount to be paid to the councillors and the mayor.
Yeah,
Patterson.
And one other question: Do you have an approximation, or is it something that that you could take on notice about what that value is up, because obviously that amount is gross. So councillors and the mayor needs to pay tax on that. So what actual funds, let's just say, to put it in real terms, what do you receive per week as a councillor approximately?
General Manager.
That would depend on individual councillor circumstances, but the maximum you only get is $22,000, which isn't a lot, as I said, for what the councillors do.
Around $350 a week approximately. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Councillor Bain, questions on the remaining items?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to confirm for clarity for the public is that the mayoral, the mayor receives a both the councillor and the mayoral income, which makes a total of 71,640. And I think for the full-time position that the mayor is, I think that's quite reasonable. Can you confirm that that's correct?
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, that's correct.
Any other questions on any of the other items we're having in the consensus motion or the items passed by exception? I apologise, that used to be called a consensus motion. Items passed by exception. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered for item 10.13, how much those dining fees typically are.
We've taken it out of the block, so we're actually going to be dealing with it separately. Thank you. So the ones that are on the screen, Councillor Ring, are the ones that we're about to vote on. There's no other questions. I will ask for a mover, please. That be passed by exception. Councillor Bain. Seconder, please. Councillor Patterson. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. Declare it carried. We now come to 9.1, reports of committees, the local traffic committee meeting minutes. Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we go into committee as a whole to discuss this particular report.
We can't do that until it's been moved. It hasn't been moved yet.
Okay, I'll move it. Okay. I know one day.
She wants that. So if you're moving it, you could actually move the additional bit that's part of it and then go on to the committee of the whole, okay? You understand we need to have what we're going into.
One day I will get this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So do you have you would like to move it, and do you have any additions to what is there on the
Yes, I do.
Could you give that to us, please, and we'll put it up on the screen, and then we'll need a seconder.
Needs a seconder.
Yes, you'll need to second it, but we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, have you got it, Dan?
Let's have a pause, councillors, while we get up on the screen the new motion.
Sorry, Jan. I thought that had been sent to you.
And Councillor Patterson has foreshadowed he's seconding it. But we can't second it until we see it.
There you go. Quick.
Yeah, I'm having some trouble getting it on the screen though. So what's that do so you can talk about it? No, we just no, still do that. Okay.
Would you like to read it out?
I can read it out if that's all right.
Yes, that would be a start, so we can then.
So I'm sorry for the delay. Okay, so this is the motion. That council notes the minutes and adopts the recommendations of the local traffic committee meeting held the 28th of May 2024. 2. Refers to the committee and the Director for North Region for Traffic for Transport New South Wales the following council requests and urgent review of the decision to lower the posted speed limit on the Macleay Valley Way between Kempsey and Fredericton to 80 kilometres an hour, with an aim to restore it to 100 kilometres per hour, which it was for many years whilst it was the Pacific Highway. The review should consider alternative means to enable safer vehicle movements at the T section of Macleay Valley Way and second lane, such as stop signs for eastbound traffic on second lane, and the elimination of the acceleration lane for drivers turning right and heading south on the Macleay Valley Way out of second lane. 3. Council is disappointed with the process followed by Transport for New South Wales in lowering the speed limit without input from the Kempsey Traffic Committee or public consultation, and the installation of the changed speed limit on the 20th of May, despite a report to the Kempsey Traffic Committee saying it would occur in June 2024.
Thank you. So you're moving that, and Councillor Patterson has seconded it. Thank you. Would you like to speak to it first and then we could go to committee?
Yep,
Yes, please.
if that's all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm a member, council nominated member of the Traffic Committee. Councillor Patterson is the nominated member for Michael Kemp, MP for Oxley. On the Traffic Committee, we have police representatives, Transport for New South Wales, council staff, all who do a really top job. However, in this instance, the Transport of New South Wales have taken a decision to reduce the speed limit without a report having come back to the Traffic Committee and without public consultation. I really feel that we need to have that report. We need to have the process that Transport for New South Wales have followed. And in order to have transparency, this particular strip of road was a National Highway 1, and it's always been 100 kilometres an hour from that particular spot. We have so many variable speed limits in our community. It costs business a lot of money. And I think it probably impacts on emissions with slower driving. I've yet to have that confirmed, but anecdotally, I think that could be the case. The problem here is that we have not been consulted. Neither has the community been consulted. It's a unilateral decision, and I believe that Transport New South Wales can do it. They can do what they want, when they want, and how they want, and where they want. So I would really like to send a clear message to Transport New South Wales and the New South Wales State Government that we need to be consulted when issues like this emerge. And our community has voiced their opinion. I think Mayor Horville had a anecdotal and Facebook survey of which about 100 or probably more people responded saying they did not support the reduction in speed limit. So I thank the Mayor for that. I'd like to move that we go into a committee of a whole and discuss this openly, or if that's okay with you.
If you feel the need. Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for that procedural motion? Councillor Patterson. Thank you. Any dissent? We move into the committee of the whole. No dissent. We're now in the committee of the whole. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Riddington explained, that I've been on the Traffic Committee as a nominated member for a representative for our local member, and in that Traffic Committee, over those, I'm sure I'm 11, maybe 12 years now being on that Traffic Committee, that we've always been asked for feedback when things are proposed to be changed. We don't get changed and then say, well, what do you think about that? We've been asked for feedback by the Service New South Wales, RMS, all those different names that they've been called over the years. And one of the things that comes to mind is why? Why do we have a Traffic Committee if they do not take advice from us, if they do not listen to the public who we represent? I've been, as a father and a business owner, over many, many years, I've seen young P-plate drivers who have apprenticeships, who have well-paying secure jobs lose their licence from going over the speed limit by a few kilometres an hour, which it's no good that anyone does, but on the mobile speed cameras are catching people out as a revenue raiser, and those young people actually lose their licence for going 1 or 2 kilometres over the speed limit, which I am very, very much against, because it's dictating to us that everyone who drives a car is breaking the law, because at some stage, where it be the mobile speed cameras going down hills, just to catch people out. And it's funny enough that they seem to be in that times of the day when people are going to work or coming home from work. But this particular thing about the straight between Kempsey and Fredericton going back to 80 kilometres an hour has absolutely no support from myself as a councillor or a businessman. I can't speak for our local member, but as myself, this carriageway of between Kempsey and Fredericton, I do understand that dropping it down to 80 kilometres an hour makes necessarily not much difference in timing at all. But why have we got cars? Why have we got cars that we can travel safely at 100 kilometres an hour? Why do we have speed signs? Why do we have speed limits? If they think the only way that we can control ourselves is to reduce the speed limits down to where everyone's going to be walking around. And maybe, by the way, eventually, because fuel gets so expensive, we may have to go back to horse and buggy. But I really don't support this reduction at all. And I would like to hear what my fellow members at council think about this. We will end up with a town that has 500 different speeding zones and a community that's so confused they don't know what to do when they're driving. You need to concentrate on your driving, not necessarily the up and down on the speed limits continuously. I do not support it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Butterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as I live in Fredericton, I travel this road multiple times a day and week. And as it has been a 100 kilometre hour zone ever since it was, even when it was a Pacific Highway, now we have less traffic flow, reducing speeds. We're already upgrading second lane intersection. Excuse me. I really don't see the need in it. Most of the times you're lucky to crack 80 k's down along between Kempsey and Freddo. The other day, when it's been put back to 80, I didn't crack 67 kilometres between Kempsey and Freddo. It's getting beyond a joke. You go down North Street, you have a 50, a 40, a 60. You go up Kemp Street, I think it goes 50, 40, 50, 60. I lived in this town my whole life, and half the time I don't even know what speed I'm supposed to be doing. It's make it 50, 40 through the school zones, or 60, 40. This up and down all over the Shire is absolute madness.
Thank you. If I might jump in as well. Oh, sorry, Councillor Saul, you did put your light on further. I'm sorry, I'll come. You go now, and I'll go after you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and councillors. The area that we're speaking of between Kempsey and Fredericton is known as Glenrock, and it has been, I believe, a few accidents over the time. Not sure how many we've actually had. Does anyone know the number of accidents have occurred? There's been some at second lane, hence the upgrade. Mr. Mayor, I do think, we have been sidelined as a community. We have been told you are getting 80 k's, and as Councillor Rington and Patterson have outlined, we should have been asked and consulted. Now, it's always difficult to change state government's mind. We understand that, and we don't want people getting their hopes up. But the point is, we should have been asked, consulted, and the community had some feedback on that. So here to your suggested motion, and I do hope that the state government does take heed of our request. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, 100% echo what my colleagues have done, in particular to Councillor Patterson, and asking what is the point of a traffic committee if there is no role for the traffic committee to be involved in consultation. Sounds like just a tick box exercise from the state government, in my opinion. And also, you know, if there's no role in decision making or even no authority, like what is the point? I also thank council staff for answering a few questions, but so I would like to ask the question: what is the criteria for getting a request on that to the traffic committee? It looks like to me that one person making a complaint can get something on the agenda and change. I just want to know what's the criteria and what is the scale in terms of assessing that.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. Milburn?
Yep, well, I guess Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The criteria for getting a road speed zone to be reviewed is that council or any other person can apply directly to Transport for a speed zone review. Our practice for speed zone requests is to forward these requests to Transport for their consideration. And we also consistently advise our customers that Transport is the determining authority. The criteria for assessing a change to road speeds is outlined in the New South Wales Government Speed Zone Guidelines. It includes, but isn't limited to, accident history, traffic volume, speeds, road alignment, intersections, the roadside environment, and the road function.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
You have
just one follow-up. So 2 follow-ups, actually.
Thank you,
So
Councillor Wyatt.
what is the role of the traffic committee in determining an outcome?
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The Traffic Committee doesn't make decisions. It doesn't have a decision-making role in this. Council and the Traffic Committee don't have delegations to actually make those decisions. Council has delegations to install traffic control facilities, and the committee may provide advice to Council for its consideration of any request going to Transport for New South Wales.
Yeah, thank you. So that just confirms my thoughts on. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the traffic committee is wonderful, like local people making decisions and having a say, but it seems that we have not had a say, and so I'm questioning, you know, why have that traffic committee? And I fully support these motions, because otherwise it just looks like a performance measure for Transport New South Wales to say yes, we have traffic committees, but we're going to do these things without consultation with local people. So either you have one authentically or you don't.
Thank you. Could I get some advice from Mr. General Manager, please?
Sorry, just a little bit more background for the councillors. The Traffic Committee discussed this, from what I can see, initially in September last year, where it was actually noted in the minutes that the review was requested for that area. So that was before the Traffic Committee. And in February this year, it was noted that that review had been completed in the minutes of the Traffic Committee. So it was actually something that was presented to the Traffic Committee on at least 2 occasions. It's actually recorded in the minutes on the public record.
But what the decision wasn't given to the committee. Mr. General Manager, I understand.
The minutes read, second lane reduction to an 80-kilometre zone has been authorised. That's in the minutes.
Is it?
Second lane. Not
From on the Macleay Valley Way, that reduction, the Macleay Valley Way, under the heading Macleay Valley Way, that's actually been done. Sorry, and it goes on that the rest of the Macleay Valley Way is expected to be the outcomes by the end of March. So it's actually gone to the committee. The discussion about reduction along Macleay Valley Way has been discussed by the committee, is the point I'm making. It's not something that they haven't discussed.
Thank you for your point. I really do.
Councillor Whittington, please. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you. I take your point, Mr. General Manager, but the problem is, and going back to Mr. Jackson's thing, anyone can request a review. Okay, well, the review was requested. Where is it? That's my problem. We don't have it. We've never seen it. We don't have the data. What accidents have been reported from to Transport for New South Wales that they can come back to us and tell us that this is the rationale behind the speed reduction? My thing is pretty simple. Where is the report of the review?
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just seem to remember conversations around the safety concern of our young P-platers in our region on some of the 100-kilometre an hour roads. And I know that between Second Lane and Fredericton isn't necessarily windy, but as a more recent P-plater, I can remember turning onto that road and feeling a little bit concerned. And I know it's not as busy as it once was, but I just wonder if some of these changes have happened, I guess, because there has been a note to reduce some of our speed limits. And I know that Councillor Patterson has just said that some of our young people drive nice cars and things like that, but a lot of our P-platers that are in high school don't drive nice cars and they don't have that capability. And yeah, I think I can see some merit to lowering that speed limit to 80 kilometres an hour. But I don't have to drive that road every day either. But yeah, I think, yeah, it's an interesting one. And can I just ask whoever's put this amendment up, why the specificity around what you actually want to change on, like you want a stop sign or looking at a stop sign and eliminating the acceleration lane? Why the specificity?
Okay, I'll answer that if you like, Councillor Ring. I attended as an observer the last Traffic Committee meeting, and the representative for Transport for New South Wales said that new standards have been issued, and if you have an acceleration lane, it has to be a certain length. The acceleration lane going into Macleay Valley Way from Second Lane going into Kempsey cannot be made to the right length because of the Glenrock drain retaining wall that have to spend a lot of money making the road wider. So the answer to that, of course, is not to have an acceleration lane at all, and a stop sign, meaning you stop, you take care to decide when to go, and you make sure that you can accelerate before the traffic coming on your left or your right gets near you. And it's a decision that every driver makes every day about where they can accelerate to and what they can do. So a resolution to this, and this is just a suggestion in Councillor Bridington's motion before us, is that we have a stop sign, they stop, they look, there's no acceleration lane, they can see there's no acceleration lane, they've got to wait until there's a clear gap both ways before they enter the intersection. So that's the reasoning behind the suggestion, and that's why we're asking for the review. But they are the experts on traffic and flow, and they've got new standards. They can look at this and review it and decide that these mightn't work, but they might have a better suggestion. So that's why it's just a suggestion to them in this, but they will make the decision on what information they wish to use, Councillor Ring. And I'll finish up by saying that we have variable speed limits around New South Wales. Nearly every road inland from the mountains out west is 110. Most of the roads that wind and nowhere near the standard of the Macleay Valley Way between Kempsey and Fredericton, which is flat, straight, with clear sight views both ways. And out west, 110 windy, steery roads, crossing railway crossings, and I think this is so much different. But it's a number of cars that are in line that has to be considered by Traffic for New South Wales. Councillor Ring.
Sorry, but if there's a 110 speed limit and it's not safe to drive 110, you wouldn't drive 110.
You're supposed to drive the conditions. I agree. Yes, that's the general rule, and we're being managed by lots of different signs at different places, and we have to decide whether we think we're being overmanaged, and that's what I think Councillor Riddington's motion is all about. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just first off, I'd like to correct Councillor Ing with saying that I said that P-platers drive good cars. I didn't say that. I said P-platers have jobs that they need to get to. One of the big points here that we're missing as traffic committee people is, what do we do with experience? We drive to Sydney and back. We drive here, there and everywhere. Let's just think about driving to Sydney, Buckets Way. Anyone been through Buckets Way? 110 on the highway, down to 100, T intersection, through 100. You're driving 100 through a T intersection because there's a stop sign leading onto it. What about driving past Port Macquarie, where the road is that turns off that goes into Lake Cat-Eye? 100 kilometres, T intersection, stop sign. Totally doable, totally feasible. You know, so I really don't think that the actions that the state government are taking on this is correct. And just to show the fact that the traffic committee has had value and is valuable is that we are not people that decide we need to be driving fast. I'd like to give examples of different road sections where we have proposed to be lowered. The road to Hat Head off South West Rocks Road was 100 kilometres. It wasn't suitable. We reduced it to 80. Summer Island Road from Smithtown through to Plumbers Lane. I challenged the RMS one day to drive it at 100 kilometres an hour, which it used to be. Couldn't do it. Single lane, dropped it to 80. The road that goes into Smithtown Road through off the old highway, dropped down to from 100 down to 80. So we have precedence in the fact that we just don't want speeding cars. We're showing our due diligence in we'd like to address speeding where required. This is not one of those. This needs to be left at 100 kilometres an hour, reduced. The second lane has been reduced, so now that used to be 100 when the incidents were happening. Now it's 80. To a stop sign, turn left, turn right. That's what it should be, and that's the feedback that I have had as a resident, a father, a businessman and a councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Anyone wish to move out of committee?
I'll move that if that's okay, Mr.
Yep,
Mayor.
thank
we
you.
move out of committee of the whole.
And the seconder, Councillor Saul. Any dissent? We're back in normal council now. You've spoken to your
Amendment.
motion. Is there anyone speaking for or against the motion? If not, Councillor Whittingham, would you like to close the debate, please?
You all right? Okay. Thank you very much. I think that this is a very important point to make to Transport New South Wales. Again, I'll reiterate, I've been on the Traffic Committee for 3 years. I've enjoyed every minute of it, but this particular instance has really surprised me. And to be told by Transport New South Wales that they can do what they like when they like, it does prompt the question, and thank you, Councillor Wyatt, what's the point of a traffic committee? I love being on the committee. I love the staff. The staff do a brilliant job and I congratulate them. But to have to put up with this one, I find that this is beyond the pale. So I would really like to recommend the amendments to the report and hope that you support them, please.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. Councillors, we now move on to 10.1, Integrated Planning and Reporting 2024-2025. It's on page 12 of the agenda. You have the recommendation that Council will do 4 things. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Patterson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move this and get support from my fellow councillors, but in doing so, could I have a request a small summary why we have the integrated planning and reporting, what benefits it gives us, and also what state regulatory reasons we do this for as a councillor? Could I ask that question through to the General Manager, Mr.
You could, Mr. Councillor Patterson, but you'll be giving up your right to speak to it. So do you want to speak to it first and then have that question?
Yes, I will. Yeah, okay, I'll do it that way. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Having integrated planning and reporting is, as a councillor, is a very valuable thing. It gives you scope of what your delivery plan, what your review policy, your schedule of fees and charges, rates, maps, and long-term financial plan, which, like a few of of our members of our community don't, I suppose, quite understand. But I do get that for the fact that they don't have the luxury of being in on all the meetings that we actually have and all the meetings that we go through and the information that we gather. To run a business like Kempsey Shire Council, which has a very, very large budget, I think this year we're in approximately the $75 million sort of spend. You know, it can't be done week to week. It's got to be done on a yearly basis, something that then promotes from 22 to 26. You know, we need to look to the future for our planning. Long-term financial plan actually goes to 2034. So that gives direction for our staff, that gives direction for our community, that gives expectations on our community of what we will be getting delivered and why we need to take out loans to fund shortfalls and why we need to invest in the future. And there's one other question which I think someone in staff could answer better than me is why we have intergenerational loans, intergenerational planning for the future, because that's something that as a council we can't just plan for today and hope tomorrow turns up. We need to have long-term financial plans, which includes all these things that I've spoken about. And moving forward, that is the correct way to do business and to give our community a surety, but as well give our council and our staff a surety that they have a long-term financial plan that they can work to.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
That question was through to...
Yes, your question. Sorry. Now, do you want to rephrase the question? Or
yeah, I'd just like to ask through to the staff, the General Manager, possibly Mr. Mayor, of what the reasons why we have this from staff point of view, and also the state regulatory reasons, and then a small explanation about intergenerational planning and spending.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. The integrated planning and reporting was first introduced back in 2009 in New South Wales. What it's done, I guess, is assisted councils to work to a fairly strict framework of developing longer term planning than what historically they used to do. In not all cases, but some cases, councils used to go year to year. This requires councils to look at least 10 years ahead with the long-term financial plan. It's a minimum requirement. We do our planning in some areas out 30, 40 years. In instances such as quarries and cemeteries, it can be out, in cemeteries' case, it can be out to 100 years. So we're doing some fairly extensive long-term planning at times. So the framework allows us to, as a whole council, look at that. It goes through a 4-year cycle. So the first part of that cycle we'll see commence after the election. It's structured around the 4-year terms of councils, where we develop the community strategic plan. So that will be revamped with the new council in consultation with the community. There's a 4-year delivery program and a 1-year operational plan that forms each part of that IPR process, along with a range of other documents, including our strategic asset management plan and our resourcing plan for those. So it just gives a far more thorough and in-depth way for councils to plan and account for what they're actually doing and to provide that information to the community.
Intergenerational.
And intergenerational plans, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, as I said, with a lot of this, a lot of the things we do, they're not things that are going to be sitting around for 1 or 2 years. Often they're going to be there for multiple generations. So you're talking about projects that could be there for 30, 40 or even 100 years. And what intergenerational equity, the principle of it is that you spread out the cost of those things over a period of time, so that someone who might be getting to their elderly period now in their lives aren't paying for something that they're not going to be using in 30 or 40 years time. And that's why we take out loans over longer periods, is that it actually spreads the cost to those, because regional councils in particular, there's very few of them that actually have surplus cash that's sitting around waiting to build those things. It's very, very difficult with the structural issues in New South Wales in terms of the way the finances for local government are structured. So they'll take out loans over that period to actually allow that to be paid for across a couple of generations.
And just a follow-on question, if that's okay.
Yes.
And When the general public, I suppose, look at the balance sheet of Kempsey Shire Council, they see that there's quite a bit of quite an amount of money that it's invested. Why do we have money invested, and why is there restricted funds? Why can't we just spend all that money and have no loans? Because that's what a lot of people would wish we'd done.
Mr. General Manager.
Yep. Through council receives income from a range of areas, but there is some income we receive which is very specific and tied. So contributions we have towards our water and sewer can only be spent on water and sewer under legislation. Other development contributions that come in through what we call Section 11 and Section 12 can only be spent on things within those plans. When we receive grant funding, that's restricted. It can only be spent on what those grants are for. So there's a whole range of restrictions placed externally on council, and we have to keep those pools of money separate and account for those totally separately. So we can't take those and spend them on things we actually wish ourselves. So they're what we call externally restricted funds. And you'll actually see in our statement of cash investments later in the council meeting, that outlines those. And then we've got what we call internally restricted funds, and they're funds that council can choose to actually move and change if they wish, but they are actually there for some particular purpose that council may choose and say we'll actually internally restrict that. It's a very, very small amount of money compared to the externally restricted amounts we have.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Bain.
It's not a question. It's I'd like to speak to this. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak to this rather than ask questions. I'm Muttingby. Okay, I've done there's been a lot of reading to do. There's a lot of documents in this, and I'd like to also thank the staff for responding to some of the questions that I've put through. Some of the confusion for me was, what are we being asked to support in the DPO, DPOP, the operational plan? So there's sort of there's two things. There's particularly for the Slim Dusty Centre is one of them. Is we're being asked to there's going to be a financial review, but there's also in different papers that's asking us to support funding. The airport, very similar. There's in one report it's saying, we're going to do a feasibility study, and in another it's approving funding. So my concern is that we're not putting the cart before the horse in approving the funding before the reviews are done. However, it was explained to me very well by staff, and I appreciate that, is that basically the reviews will need to happen, but the preparatory work for project delivery will be ongoing. For example, with the work on the Slim Dusty Centre, we've already got the grant funding, and we've made the commitment to do the work. It's going out to tender. We can't stop that now. We've made that commitment. I'm also aware that when we're approving or supporting an integrated planning and reporting suite of documents, we need to keep in mind the three levels of things we need to do, things that must be done to meet regulatory requirements, and that the basic level of service that the community expects, the things that we want to do, and the things that we would do if we could do. We can support this today, and we're not committed in the long term, because each time there's a quarterly business review, we can amend and change the planning. So we're being asked to support the allocation of funds to these projects, but these can be changed after a quarterly business review if the outcomes of the feasibility studies come out that way. As the financial sustainability plan, I welcome the commitment to run a workshop with newly elected councillors before the end of the year in the first 3 months, and I'd very much like to, feedback I've been getting from community is they'd very much like to look at the long-term financial plan. The objectives possibly need to be more measurable, and we already have within the the documents, we have a comparison to Office of Local Government benchmarks. So it's, one of the opportunities there would be to put those in as hard targets in our long-term financial plan. In terms of fees and charges, I'm particularly interested, because I'm from Bellbrook, in the transition of the Bellbrook Waste Transfer Station from a contractor to staff, and I'm sure that there will not be any negative impact on operating hours, because actually Sunday tip day at Bellbrook is quite good for a particular local business, which I won't promote. But I think we know which one I'm talking about, and that there will be the financial impact of the change will not be a deficit for council. So yeah, there's a lot of reading, there's a lot of documentation there, and I thank the staff for all the work they've done, and I thank the community for all the feedback that they've given, and we need to consider all of those factors when we make a decision today. Marangu.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Riddington.
I have a heap of questions, but I also just wonder whether we should consider going into committee of the whole to have a discussion about this. So I will put that motion that we go to the committee of the whole to have a discussion on this.
Yes, we've got to divide up questions from debate, and if we go into committee of the whole, we can do that quite easily.
Yeah,
Councillor
I put it.
So
you
you
go to the committee of the whole, please.
Move that committee of the whole. Any seconder? Councillor Riddington. Any dissents? No dissent. Declare it carried that we're now in the committee of the whole. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to ask some questions?
I do have a whole heap of questions, but I might just go strategically and then go through one group and then let somebody else have a go. But first of all, I just want to confirm through the General Manager that we cannot separate these plans and approve or not approve in isolation.
Mr. General Manager.
That's correct.
Thanks. And second is, what is the consequence of not approving all of these plans today?
Mr. General Manager.
What would happen is that we'd call an extraordinary meeting because you have to adopt the budget before the 30th of June. So you've got to make a decision on something before the 30th of June.
Thanks. I just want to go through the first lot of questions I have is in relation to the community feedback, if I may.
Yes.
Yep. I just want to note that I know is that there's only 10 submissions and only 4 were detailed. And I really, really thank those 4 that commented that. And as Councillor Bain said, there's a lot to digest. I actually went to the Mayoral's, the country mayor's meeting the other day, and I was asking another few mayors there. I said, we only got 10, and it's so controversial. What's it like in your shires? Is that what you get as well? And they reported something similar, because I was disappointed, to be honest. I was thinking there's so much angst and build up and opposition to this, and I thought, well, this was the nitty gritty. This is where it all comes together. We'd heard loud and clear since 2023 that we don't want the rate rise. I've definitely heard that the SD, Slim Dusty Centre, Airport, Cinema, have all emptied council's trust bucket, and it's probably in deficit. So I was expecting a lot of more comments about, I want these services cut, I want this service level changed, I want these are non-essential services, and I didn't really get that. The speaker yesterday sort of talked about non-essentials and sporting facilities. Okay, I'll just lead to my questions. So yeah, I do want to thank those that made the submission and that provided comment on how and where the money should be spent and what services should remain or be cut. But and I really want to sort of thank SPADCO for their comments, really detailed, especially the environmental comments about coast and estuary and koalas and weed species, and also pointing out all of the things that need addressing in their community. It'll be really good for Stuart's point to have a structure plan, and it's really critical for their community, because when sewer, water and drainage comes to town, that community will need to have their vision acknowledged and controls put in place to protect their values, unlike what's happening in some of these other coastal areas. So just call out to SPADCO for that. So my questions on the submission, some of the submissions, I only go through a few. Submission number 2 talks about the Saleyards. And that's another one that comes up for question all the time. Let's get, to downsize that, or is it an essential service? My understanding is that agriculture is a huge industry in this town. And I recently read that the Saleyards had a record number of cattle put through it. And I also remember that there was a grower out at somewhere out at Hat Head, who had at one point like record prices for cattle. So obviously it's a big industry, and the Saleyards is critical to that. And we know that most of that is funded out of grants. But in terms of what the commitment is to the Saleyards from operating, so general, do you have any indication on what the commitment is and staff time is to the Saleyards and its impact on operating costs?
Mr. General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, since we've actually leased the facility out, the actual commitment from our staff has reduced dramatically, and it's one of the positives of actually leasing that out. It's gone from an asset that was operationally costing us a significant amount of money to operationally now making us money. So it's actually a positive for the community. The actual hours, I wouldn't have those. I'd have to take that on notice, but they are fairly minimal in terms of managing that, because it's really just managing the lease that we actually have with our local stock and land operator.
Thanks. My second question is from submission 5 about the pound. The pound has come up a bit as potential savings, and I would like to call out and thank and acknowledge the work of the volunteers, especially in delivering their free vaccine programs for parvo, which is huge. Parvo is a massive problem. Free vaccines, like I've actually got a text message to go and vaccinate my dogs, $200. So I just want to call out thank you to the volunteers for caring for the pound and their animals. Is the current condition of the pound an animal welfare issue? It mentions in there that you had 1,000 dogs go through. So small facilities, is it an animal welfare issue?
Mr. Jackson, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The pound is managed to the best of its abilities within the facility that we have. There have been over 1,000 animals rehomed successfully through the pound year to date, over 700 dogs, and the remainder in cats. So yeah, the pound, it does have quite limited capacity. There are only a limited number of pens, and it is an older facility that has some issues. The animals are well cared for, and there's no animal welfare issues per se. However, obviously the facility's suboptimal and does need an upgrade.
Thank you.
Thank you, because it's quite highly regulated, animal welfare is my understanding. So I want to sort of go to the comments about culture, recreation and sport, which were also brought up yesterday. And I know that there's savings to be made. But for me and sort of the cohorts that I network with, these are what makes a community livable. At the crime forum at Southwest Rocks last month, there was a lot of talk about sport, and cultural events were mentioned as a preventative factor for youth crime. And people were being really nostalgic about, when I was a kid, when I grew up, there were so many sporting opportunities, and they're not here anymore. And it was, as I said, preventative measure. Now, for me, I'm definitely not a football fan. Apologies to those that are, but I'm just not. But I understand that we have a decent amount of players here that are in the state and national football leagues. Sport and culture makes an important contribution to community, its people, and the economy. And it's easy to devalue sport as such, because you really can't put a dollar value on it. So I just want to ask some questions about the sporting grounds on submission number 5. What does unfunded capital expenditure mean? So what will be spent from operating funds on those sporting facilities?
Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that can include things such as resurfacing, loads of topsoil, for instance, soccer goals and goal mouths, things like that, and sort of the larger end of maintenance tasks moving into capital works on the project. So replacement of barriers and seats, etc., around and other facilities like that. So yeah.
So our costs are around maintenance, and anything that will be improving the asset would be capital or grants rather.
Mr. Jackson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, essentially, yes. As I said, some of these unfunded works that are just going to be coming through as improvements of a minor nature, but have a big impact across the fields are funded through council. But yeah, getting lights, etc. We've had a lot of success in getting sporting lights, etc. through grants, and yeah, build larger building refurbs, etc. Or new facilities.
Microphone.
I don't remember reading how many sporting fields we have across the Shire. Perhaps you know off the top of your head, but around about how much money in general operating is spent on maintaining those fields, and how many do you know?
I'll be on notice, Mr. Jackson.
It's approximately 1.2 million we spend operating on the grounds. I
General
don't
Manager,
have
thank
the
you.
number of the grounds.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 1.2 million. I don't have the number of actual sporting grounds.
And
Sorry, go on.
Okay. I don't have any more questions about community feedback, but I do about iPart stuff, but I will let somebody else have a go.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you can have more questions.
Yeah.
We're in committee of the whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I echo Councillor White's statement about the community consultation. I thank the community and the different groups that have put a lot of time and effort into the feedback for council and for councillors' consideration. I too was surprised at the number of responses and submissions on this. I honestly thought that we would have had more specific items for consideration, and probably a lot more people putting their opinions across. However, I thank you very much for it. Councillor White's covered my other points. On the iPart, I'll let Councillor White start first, and then I'll have some things to say on the iPart. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Patterson.
I'd just like to support Councillor White's comments about the sporting fields. That the sporting fields do many things for our community. They give our children who come into this world with nothing, they give them a future opportunity to be physically active, to be part of a team, to represent, if they can, to be champions, or just to be part of an organisation. With my own experience over the many years of having my own children playing soccer, for instance, and having to travel to Port Macquarie and Newcastle continuously because that's where the proper fields were, that's where the proper tournaments were, that's where you had to go. But now we have, and we're on the way of delivering such high quality sporting fields around here that our youth of today and tomorrow are going to enjoy those benefits of having a better field, to learning to play the sports, cricket, soccer, football. Also, we can't forget about swimming at the town pool, about the future and the champions that we've got from our area. The sporting fields are definitely part of that want and need of our community. It doesn't. I mean, the registration fees these days are expensive, but it doesn't cost the world to be a member of a netball team, to be a member of the football team or the soccer team, and to be part of that community, and that's what gives people hope. You might not, like myself, and might not be good at school or education wise, but good at soccer or good at something, and it gives you purpose in life. So as a council, this is a definite thing that pays back over and over and over into the future. And I do understand about questioning about the ongoing serviceability and the ongoing maintenance on these projects, but what you're getting is new projects, grant funded, which cost nothing to the community but deliver everything to our community. So in support of that part of our, I'm in support of that part of our IPNR. As councillors, what we can do is make representations to our state and federal members for more grant funding. You know, look at what we've achieved, say, for the Saleyards. Look at what we've achieved for Southwest Rocks High Performance Sporting Centre. You know, there's so many things around that we get through grant funding, and to say no to it, to not to deliver things to our community that is given to us and granted to us by our state and federal counterparts is I think we should always look for the future and always adopt the strategy where, you know, we don't always just have to look at our ratepayers to deliver those fees, that funding. You know, we can ask the government for grants, which they have been very good over the years to deliver. So yeah, so that's just all I've got to say just now.
Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question to the staff. I just wondered how much the recent budget from the federal government has impacted on our operations for the next year. I've seen the Roads to Recovery, but what about the federal assistance grants?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the federal assistance grants, we aren't expecting to see any significant increase in those, probably CPI. The Roads to Recovery, though, has almost doubled, which has seen nearly a $5 million increase in that, which is substantial.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Just confirming no one else wants to have a go, but yes, I will have a go. Have more questions about, so the IPART document is mentioned in there. I just want to ask a couple of questions about ratios, the airport and some Dusty Centre. First lot of questions is around the ratios, and I really like those ratios explained in that document, and it finally all came together reading that. And it's really good to see where Kempsey Shire Council sits against those ratios. I really encourage people to have a look because they come up a lot in our quarterly reports, but the IPART document explains them really well. Are those ratios, those performance, are they metrics and performance measurements, targets, KPIs, whatever people want them, but are they performance metrics, targets, KPIs?
Mr. General Manager, please.
To me, yes, they're in there. They're targets that all councils have to attempt to achieve and work towards, and it's certainly something that we've been working at over the last 5 or 6 years, is to try and meet those targets and work out methods to do that. But they are actual targets that we are trying to meet. A number of them we do meet. There's a couple that we fall short on, and some will go up and down depending on particular circumstances. An example, the target for own source revenue, the target is 60% set by the OLG. That relates to the amount of money we receive compared to directly from our own sources, compared to money we may receive through grants and other things. So over the last couple of years, we've struggled to meet that target simply because we've received so much in grant money, which obviously proportionally actually throws that out.
Yeah, I really liked them. As I said, it finally came together. So do you want to ask some questions about the infrastructure backlog ratio? And it says IPART's sort of concluded that over 5 years, that backlog ratio will be 2.8%, which is over the benchmark for the Office of Local Government. And it says that that is mainly attributed to road maintenance and commercial businesses such as the airport, holiday parks, Saleyard, swimming pools. We know that those commercial businesses, there are plans in place to deal with that through some of the business review cases that are in that long-term, that are in the financial sustainability. And we also know that those largely aren't funded from general fund, but they're grants. But yeah, as I said, there's plans to deal with that through the financial sustainability plan. But we also know that roads is a massive budget issue, and I'm pretty sure in 2023-24 we had the biggest ever capital expenditure of roads and bridges, potholes from various grants. And also, I was at the Mayoral conference last week again, and the Minister for Regional Roads, Minister for Regional Transport, said that that $3 billion is required for all New South Wales councils to deal with road maintenance. $3 billion. That's just the maintenance bill.
That's the backlog, yes.
Yeah, the backlog of maintenance bill. Of that ratio being 2.5%, and knowing that it comes from commercial business and roads, how much of that ratio is roads? How much is that poor performing operating ratio roads?
Mr. General Manager.
In relation to our roads and that whole budget and that backlog, it's about 75% of it is related to our roads.
So, like for me, that puts it in context a bit. So 75% of that infrastructure backlog is roads. All of New South Wales local governments have a $3 billion backlog in roads. I just let that sit there. Yeah. There's some other I have another questions about the conditions that council is required to report on. And I didn't grab the page number, but it's basically that council has to provide a report against the expenditure, projected revenue and expenses, and some productivity improvements and cost containment strategies. Like, how will they be done? And is that productivity improvement, is that what the financial sustainability plan is?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Ms. Smith, a couple of things there. Yeah, the updated financial sustainability plan certainly provides a pathway to the council as an organisation, both councillors and the staff, to lead us to being a financially sustainable organisation. The fact that only part of the SRV application was approved means that there will be more work required in relation to looking at other potential sources of income, which are fairly limited in a regional council. It means we need to continue to drive our efficiencies, and we will be needing to look at what services and programs are reduced or cut altogether in the community to build that gap, which is somewhere between $3 and $5 million a year. So we've got some work to do in that area. And the SRV approval by our part does require us to report across a range of things in meeting our obligations for that approval as well. And that's set out in their final report and their actual approval notice.
Just on the service, just on the two points in that financial sustainability plan, can you just sort of talk about what does, there's a review there for the service level agreement for service levels. Can you just explain, like, what does that mean? What does a service level mean? And can you give examples of what that might look like?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. General Manager.
The service level review is something that councils have been doing on an ongoing basis for probably the last couple of decades. It's, and the process varies from council to council, varies from area to area. So, for example, with the review we're doing of the airport, that's a fairly specialised area, and we're actually outsourcing that to some people with expertise to actually undertake that. As we look at things like our parks and gardens, for example, we'll do an internal review of that. Part of that will be finding out from the community what level of service do they want for that. And what that actually looks like is, okay, and there's probably two areas in that. You've got sporting fields as an example, and then you've got parks. So if you look at parks, how often do you want those things mowed? How often do you want those things cleaned? So if you increase the level of service, so we mow them more often, we clean them more often, obviously the cost goes up. If you reduce that, to save money, then you're going to put up with longer grass, rubbish not collected as often, toilets not cleaned as much. So we'll actually go through a process to work out, what level does the community want, and then the council is going to have to make a decision about what level can the council afford. And we'll do that through a range of different services across the whole organisation on a rolling basis.
Thank you. So in really simplistic terms, is it fair to say that this is where the non-essential things that community would be considered?
That's correct. You'll look at, and people will have
Yes, Mr. General Manager.
The various members of the community will have different views on what's essential and what's not essential. And we see that particularly when you talk about sports and arts as an example. Some people see sports as essential, arts secondary. Other people see it totally the opposite way. So for council, you've got to take that tension between the varying views in the community and come out with what is really essential. And we have seen, over the last probably 3 decades or more, pressure put on local councils to take on more and more services that traditionally they didn't provide, that would have been provided by the state or federal government. And you see that probably out west more than what we do here, but we certainly see additional services, and council will have to make a decision about what it does in some of those areas.
Yeah, that's following up on that, Mr. General Manager. Western Division councils run preschools. One council actually runs subdivision. So we've got different needs of communities being addressed. Thanks, Councillor White.
Thank you for that. Again, to the financial sustainability plan. What can you just describe what is? Steve has done this before, but just again, the rating review, because this is really contentious, particularly for those people on the coast. Like, what will the rating review look like, and does it essentially mean the pie gets split because it is still a fixed amount, isn't it? Can you just briefly what is rating review? Does that pie get split differently, and what might that look like in terms of equity, in terms of redistribution?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the rating review is a detailed technical process. I guess we are planning on going through our rates broadly are our residential rates, our family rates, and our business commercial rates. What a rating review does is actually look at how that's distributed. So you're exactly right. Our pie is fixed by the state government, so it can't get any bigger. How we cut that up across those different areas and whether we introduce subcategories in that is something that council can decide. I wouldn't preempt any particular outcomes because we need to go through that review, but you might see changes to the level at which the ad valorem or the cents in the dollar that is charged against the value of the land is charged, say, for residential, might go up, which will allow business to go down, or it might be the other way around, or there might be something changed in farmland that impacts other areas. So, yeah, it's a fairly technical review, and it doesn't make the pie any bigger. It just simply distributes the dollars being paid in different ways to those different categories.
Yeah, thanks for that. And the bottom line, I guess, being is equity and redistribution and equity, making sure that it's fair and equitable for all parts of the community, no matter where they live. Yep. Radio. Can I go on to airport cinema question? Not cinema, sorry. Airport.
You can ask a question about the cinema. I'd love to hear it.
I will ask a question about cinema. I wasn't going to, but I will, since that was a bit of a slip up. Sorry.
Councillor White, keep going.
So again, in the IPART report, the three big items come up, and they come up in the community as well: airport, cinema, and SDC, as in Slim Dusty Centre. So I want to go through some of these. So the cinema. That was a one-off cost of around $2 million, is my understanding. I'm not sure what the year that was, maybe 2009 or something. I'm not sure what the year.
18.
2018. Okay, yeah. So one-off cost. And we know, and it's been said many, many times before, there is no operating expenses, maintenance, staff, or depreciation associated with that. It's a one-off cost. So for that, so we can't get that money back. And I want to acknowledge that it has caused the community considerable amount of angst, and I wasn't on council at the time, but as a current councillor, I do empathise with just some of the angst and torment that has caused them. I want to just move on to the airport. So the cost of the airport is about $7 million over 10 years, and the deed to the airport says that council must seek consent. This is a deed from the federal government. Says that council must seek consent before selling, leasing, disposing, or closing from the federal government, and have concurrence from the state government. So scenario 2 in the long-term financial plan talks about, with getting rid of the airport will give us a $1.5 million savings per year. And both community feedback and IPART sort of want us to divulge the responsibility for the airport. And I read somewhere, and I'm going to ask for this link later, is that this was proposed in 2009 by council to get rid of the airport, and it was rejected by councillors back then. So it has been identified in the financial plan to undertake a business review case. Can you just provide some insight and why can't we close it now?
A good question. Legally, we can't, as you would already know. And yeah, we've not got some money on it, but Mr. General Manager, you might like to add it.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. We can't close it now simply because, as you outlined, we actually have a deed with the federal government that actually for council to continue to operate that. We have already been in touch with the federal government and to find out what the process is. They're trying to work that out because it's not been done before. So we will be seeking more advice from the federal government to consider what that process is as part of this review, because if we're not able to look at closing it in any way, then that changes the shape of the review. What we're actually doing, you're really looking at just simply how you can actually make the airport more efficient and minimise the amount of subsidy that ratepayers are actually paying into the airport. If you are able to sell or dispose of the airport, then that shapes that part of the review, and council would then be in a position to make a decision. Do they actually do that or do they keep it? And there was a range of submissions that actually came in through the SRV process saying get rid of the airport, and IPART in their review of all that said council needs to at least look at that. What we haven't heard from though is that there are people in the community who will say keep the airport, as we saw back in 2009. There's people there, so it's going to be one of those things, as I've said before, councils are going to have two sides of this. Some people saying get rid of it because it costs us so much. Others say keep it. You know, there's a number of small businesses out there. If you close the airport, what do you do with those small businesses? So it isn't going to be an easy decision, but the first part of what we actually need to do is get a clear direction from the federal government about is it at all possible to dispose of it should council wish to make that decision sometime in the future. And I make it clear that no decision whatsoever has been made on that. No one has enough information to make any sort of informed decision on that whatsoever.
And if I could add, Councillor White, there is a large group of people who would want to keep it open, the medical services people, and also the Rural Fire Service Air Wing is based there, and the 214 homes that were saved by them in October last year, I'm pretty sure all of those people would say we should keep it open because of what they've managed to keep their house and all their possessions, all because of that air wing. So it's a quandary, a lot of issues, and it's not a simple one.
Yeah, look, I 100% agree, and 100% support the fact that is an air wing of for emergency response. Maybe they can pay. Maybe the state government can pay. So all of these things are on the table. Like, yeah, I mean, it's really so. It is a cost to us. So yes, we can have the air wing there, but it costs us. So we are paying for our houses to be protected, but. Yeah, it's not an easy situation. But thanks for that. And just similar question around the Slim Dusty Centre is there's funding from the general funds required from that, is my understanding. Is that just like for materials, employee costs, asset maintenance, as opposed to upgrades, exhibits and utilities? Like, correct?
You're talking about the extra grant we've got?
No. Operating money, not
general
grant.
Operating. Okay.
Yeah, general operating. So does general operating just contribute to materials, employee, asset maintenance, as opposed to capital, exhibits, utilities? Is that what the general operating fund is contributing to there, and around about how much are you?
Thank you, Councillor White. That'll be your last question for our adjournment. But I'll get Mr. General Manager to answer it, and then I've got a question from Councillor Saul before we go to the break.
I have one other question on SDC. If we can.
Okay, well, you can do that, but let's have your first answer.
Okay.
Yeah, through you've essentially got it right. Utilities are still part of operating costs, but any major capital is through the capital budget, and that's where we seek to secure grants and those sorts of things. We suspect that the ongoing, from what we've looked at, the ongoing operating annual costs will be somewhere in the vicinity of 250 to 300,000. Last year it was about 470,000. That was because we first taking it over, and there were a range of setup costs and things like that were operational costs that we needed to actually cover. the development of things such as the regional gallery, the work the staff are doing in terms of attracting bus tours and increasing the number of business meetings is all generating additional revenue. Also, obviously, additional costs, but we're making sure that those things are actually more than covering the costs involved in actually running those areas. So we're hoping to actually, again, minimise the subsidy the ratepayers pay to those types of facilities.
Thank you. And the good news from last week, besides having the country mayors there, Councillor Wyatt, we had 6 bus tours come through. So as Mr. General Manager said, there are more industry and visitors happening, and that's a great thing to happen. You have a second question on the Slim Dusty Centre?
Okay. So we're now the Crown Land Manager of the Reserve, which opens the door for external funding. Are we? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Crown Land Manager for the Reserve, which opens doors for external funding and operating costs can come from other commercial businesses that are on the Crown land. There is a cost associated with the purchasing the land. Question 1 is, can a grant be applied to cover that purchase cost?
Mr. General Manager?
Through Mr. Mayor, if a grant that actually permitted that within its criteria came up, yes, we could. It's highly unlikely that a grant of that nature is likely to come up, and I think when we hear today's state budget, I think we'll find that there'll be a fairly significant reduction in grants coming out.
And just the final question, there's a business review planned for this one as well. Can you what considerations will be in that business review, and what is preventing the Slim Dusty Centre from being closed now?
Yep.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, the business plan review will look at all of the operations of the facility, and looking at what we can do again to make it more efficient, to look at ways we can actually get more customers in there. There's areas, things like the cafe, given the numbers that are going through there at the moment, and we've just recently been out to an expression of interest to have an operator come in there, the numbers just don't sustain that at the current level. So we've got to look at ways to actually increase participation and people coming through the doors at the Slim Dusty Centre, and hence the work we're doing with increasing things like bus tours and business tourism coming in there as well. There'll be a range of other opportunities you may look at. We have actually previously undertaken through a grant a business case to look at the development of accommodation on the site there. The feasibility of that business case is that it doesn't stack up at this point in time. So we need to just wait to see how circumstances may change in that sort of area as well. And again, the reason that you can't close it at the moment is that council doesn't have enough information to make an informed decision on that, and we certainly haven't heard from the various sections of the community. And it's similar to the airport. Some people have made very clear close the Slim Dusty Centre because of its costs. We haven't heard from parts of the community that say keep the Slim Dusty because of the value it provides in other ways other than financial. While it brings in some economic value in terms of tourists, it also provides a cultural value to the community as well.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, would you like to ask your question? Or if you've got 10 questions, we might adjourn straight away.
Mr. Mayor, was just one final point, just for information on the councillors. Back in 2009, when the debate on the airport was raging in the community, in this room, Mr. Mayor and councillors, people were lined up like sardines. It was oversubscribed, you might say, but the theme from that feedback from that event was they wanted the airport retained. My point of saying this was communities do change their minds on different items. Back in 2009, it was seen to be a sacred cow, and they didn't want that touched, sold, or changed in any way. And the number of people in this room sort of emphasised that. So, in fact, Mr. Mayor, the Mayor at the time was John Bowell. He was the Mayor. He ran the meeting. It was a heated meeting. But the point was, at the time, the community did not want it sold or touched. But like I said, over time, attitudes changed. So there you are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. And yes, I was at that meeting. I was also at the meeting at the airport with Dick Smith. So interesting time back then, and we may be repeating it. With that, we'll adjourn for morning tea. We'll be coming back at 5 to 11. We'll be back for the second part of the first Port 10 report. And for those people Welcome back, everyone. We're still debating 10.1 Integrated Planning and Reporting 2024-25. We are still in Committee of the Whole. So we're having a series of questions and comments from councillors at this time. And Councillor White is ready with some questions. And other councillors, if you have some, indicate to me and I'll put you on the list. Councillor White, thank you.
Thank you. This is my last question and I've got a comment. So the public forum yesterday, there was a question or comment rather about, the $260 million that we are looking at borrowing. So I would just really plainly like to know what is at stake if we don't borrow the $260 million to fund the capital work program.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The 261 million in the long-term financial plan over the next 10 years. 188 million of that is particularly for water and sewer projects. The large proportion of that is actually for the West Kempsey sewer. We currently have an EPA order in relation to the need to do that. We've pushed it out and continue to push it out wherever we possibly can. So that there is no choice in relation to that. What we are doing, however, though, is continuing to seek assistance from the state and federal government for additional funding for all of our water and sewer projects, which will then minimise the amount of loan borrowings we have. So, for an example, we received an additional just over $2 million yesterday for the Willawarra water treatment plant. That assists in terms of the overall funds that are available in both the water and sewer fund. So the more we can actually do that, the less we are going to have to borrow. Based on what we have at the moment, that's what's actually included in the actual forward program. Likewise, there's $73 million in the general fund. That will be for a range of different capital works that we will need to do in terms of trying to meet that backlog that we spoke about earlier. So there are some challenges. The more we can reduce the levels of service, the more we can actually increase our efficiency, the less we are going to have to borrow in the longer term. So that is, it's part of that whole financial sustainability strategy we've actually got. But the most significant part of that 261 million is the 151 million in sewer. The two major projects in that are the Stewart's Point sewage scheme, which we're already kicking off, and then the new Central Kempsey wastewater management, which we need to do because of the age of the existing North Street complex.
And South Kempsey and Fredericton ones as well?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor White?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have I just want to make a final comment and no more questions. So no matter how much we decrease the spending or reduce services or increase rates and borrowings, in terms of roads anyway, it's unlikely that Kempsey Shire Council or any other council for that matter will ever meet the cost to maintain its road network and meet ratepayers and road users' expectations in road management, given the fact that there's a $3 billion backlog right across New South Wales and all local governments are suffering. I think that's probably a fair comment. I think the same could be said for sewer and water. And it's interesting to note that some of the other larger councils, particularly the metropolitan ones, I'm not sure about regional ones, but definitely the metropolitan ones, they can cost share for sewer and water. In fact, the sewer and water doesn't even appear on their rates. It comes from Sydney Water. So you have a separate thing there. And then they can cost share. Same with waste management. They can cost share because I know in northern suburbs of Sydney there's only one tip, and I'm sure all the local governments areas are benefiting from that. So the same can be said for sewer and water with roads, which are the massive things for local government. I just want to, in terms of what programs and services aren't important to the community and what we should cut, what ones should be reduced, we cut or increase. Whether is it going to be roads or playgrounds or libraries or footpaths or agricultural environmental weeds or lifeguard services or Christmas carols or New Year's Eve fireworks, street trees, whatever it is. I believe that a lot of those things Yeah, so I firmly believe that a place without some of those things aren't really worth being here, and some of the non-essential items will be different for everybody based on your use and based on whether they're on your radar. Like I said before, sorry to all the football fans, I loathe football, but I certainly recognise the value that it is to people and their sporting fields. And to make a choice on is really, really difficult. To make a choice about these really does rely on yours or mine or our ability to park our bias and work out for the entire Shire what is essential and what is not. It's really hard to park bias, judgment, prejudice, all that kind of thing. It takes a lot of emotional intelligence. Not saying that I can do that either. So just in conclusion, actually, no, hang on. I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude to Steve and to Wayne for improving my understanding of the financial situation. And I really do support all the work that you've done and the documents that you've prepared. Like, I really do. I sincerely really do. However, I just cannot support a rate rise because I think I think state and federal government just needs to do better for local communities. I find this very emotional, actually. Especially the most disadvantaged in New South Wales. It's got to do better. Sorry, state and government needs to do better, and I just can't support that rate rise. So I'm standing on my value that I expressed in November, and I won't be supporting the rate rise, and I can't support these documents because of that one rate rise in there.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. It's a challenge to make these decisions. I know how hard you take this. And of course, you were thanking Mr. Douglas and Mr. Mitchell, those people listening, for their great work on preparing all these documents and explaining so much to councillors, not just to you, but a lot of information has come out. And I too thank them for that work. Do we have any other speakers, please? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I've got a number of comments and a few questions. The first about the cinema being a $2 million cost to our ratepayers, as stated by Councillor Wyatt. I believe that's incorrect. I believe it's a $2 million investment in our community, which inactivated $6.5 million project that we would not have today a operating cinema in our town. We would not have today the Country University where Councillor Ring works. We would not have today a future for that whole area, as those tenants were wanting to give back the keys to the Gowings who own that building. That was an investment. That was not a cost. That was an investment in our commercial business and in our youth future. I grew up in a town where I had a cinema to go to. My parents grew up in a town where they had 3 cinemas to go to. We at least have a cinema as part of the capturing requirements to bring a certain personality, a certain person, a certain ratepayer, a certain person to come and live in this community and come and enjoy this community. That was my first point. Second point, the airport. I do not support closing the airport, but what I do support is giving it back to the government and saying, here, you guys pay for all its running costs, because I can guarantee you that the airplane that helps save those houses that we spoke about, the airplane that comes and picks up that person from that road accident that we're talking about, that does not stop at the Kempsey Shire borders, does not stop. The airport helps the whole community, New South Wales wide. So I believe that the New South Wales state government, supported by the federal government, should be the ones that cover that burden for our ratepayers, not our ratepayers. We should be part of that, not the main contributor to that. Our council demographics, having a large geographical area, having a large road mass, a huge road mass of sealed and unsealed roads, and a very small rate base, that is not our fault. That is the reality of where we are. I want to look at, and I'm going to ask this question through the General Manager, if it's okay, do council make representations to especially state government and federal government who collect the fuel excise, who collect the registration tax, who collect the stamp duty, who collect all the charges that we as community members pay to utilise our roads, and other people who come into our community, our visitors, our travellers. We need to be supported by the state government 100% more than we are now in road funding. That's a question through to the General Manager. Do we make representations to those departments?
Mr. General Manager.
Yes, continuously.
And what level have we seen in a rise at all in that, in the contributions to our road networks?
It's certainly over the last, I guess, 5 years, as a state, we've actually gone through a pretty amazing period of grants, both from a federal and state government. It's a period I haven't seen in nearly 30 years in local government, and it's a period I don't believe we'll see again. And as I said earlier, we'll see a state government budget being delivered today, and I think you'll see a reduction in the level of grants, and that they're actually coming out across the whole area. So we make representations to both at a bureaucratic level and at a ministerial level. The most recent example, I guess, of that was even last week when we had the regional roads minister here, and the mayor and I were meeting with her, and talking about what funds we need for various programs and those sorts of things. So it's a continual thing that we do as an organisation.
That's fantastic. I would like to see more, as would our community, our ratepayers would like to see more, because of that large expense, 75%. How can that be 75% of our expense going on roads when we have such a deficit, and we have to make that shortfall up by cutting costs on things?
I think you got that number wrong. Mr. General Manager, you mentioned 75% earlier.
75%.
No, not the whole expenditure of council.
Yeah, the 75% related to the amount of the backlog that relates to roads.
Yeah,
it's not our total expenditure.
Yeah.
It's just our backlog.
Yep. The next part I'd like to talk about is the IPART statements on page 26. And could I have a comment through you, Mr. Mayor, on this, on page 26? The IPART makes a statement. We considered approving a temporary SV, but found this not sustainable solution for addressing the council's systemic operational deficit and financing challenges.
You would like my comment on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's the fact that this council, going back 2015 or so, was declared financially unfit for the future, and then 2 years later it was declared unfit for the future again. We have the system that you already mentioned, lots of roads, small rate base, and we can't really change that deficit without extra funding from the federal and state government. And over the years, both of them have been taking money away from councils across New South Wales. The cost shifting, the red fleet, the fact that we have to put more money into our libraries than was previously, because they've withdrawn amounts of that. They have withdrawn the amounts that we get from rebates for pensioner rebates. We once got a lot more than we're getting now. So that all those cost shifting coming onto councils. So the systemic operational deficit is not of our doing, but we have to meet it, and that's what IPART's saying there. We have to come up with smart ways of doing it, and that's why, looking into the future, as the General Manager has said, we've got a issue of coming up with a financial sustainability plan by thinking up better ways of doing it and delivering services more efficiently. And the General Manager and his staff are working hard on that. And as you would know, in the motion before us, the new council after the September election will be given workshops on how this will work. So I'm looking forward to that workshop, really giving indications to councillors the way forward and to work against the operational deficit, which you ask about. That answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Next one. Once again, it's noted in the IPART statements on page 27 of this document that it should be noted that council is not alone facing these challenges of deficit. 17 councils applied to IPART for an SRV last financial year, and a further 9 have applied this year. On average, there have been 14 SRV applications each year to IPART. Over the past 5 financial years, 74, which equates to 58% of the 128 councils, reported 3 or more general fund operating deficits. And as a result, both the state and federal governments have recently launched inquiries into the financial sustainability of councils, and council has made submissions to both of these inquiries. The environmental levy, domestic waste charges, water and sewer rates and charges are not subject to or are part of the proposed SRV increases. These rates are increasing at CPI, which is 3.8%, 3.2% and 2.6% for the 24-25 to 26-27 years respectively, as forecast and published by the RBA in May 2024. Beyond 26-27, a standard 2.5 CPI rate has been applied across the remaining years of the long-term financial plan. So in that, the question through to you, Mr. Mayor, possibly to one of the staff members, is how are council going to deal with that when that is a CPI that's published by the RBA, yet the market forces may have and has at the moment got inflation running higher than the actual than the rate peg is allowing us to charge rates to actually cover costs.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. I guess that's at the heart of the financial sustainability challenge we've got, is that costs are increasing at oftentimes, at quite high rates. And what we've been required in terms of the long-term financial plan is to keep our future CPIs in that plan itself at 2.5%. What we do though is each year that is updated, so it's renewed, reflecting what's actually there. The other part that's actually happening at the moment, we've actually got the state government reviewing the methodology that IPART used for setting the rate peg. There's been a lot of councils, including ourselves, that made the submission to that. One of the things we'd like to see as an outcome of that is that IPART, if they don't get rid of the rate peg altogether, which is what the majority of councils would like to see, that they actually allow a far greater degree of flexibility in that. So instead of setting a specific number, i.e. for us this year 4.7%, that they set a range at which the councillors can actually choose from. So it allows a level of flexibility and reflects far better the individual circumstances of specific councils. Every council is different. We're not all the same, and regional and rural councils are very different to metropolitan councils. Metropolitan councils, have far greater density, far smaller areas, far less roads, bridges, all those sorts of things. Don't deal with water and sewer, so their ability to actually cover their costs are far greater. And that's why the vast majority of those 74 councils over the last 5 years that have actually put in special rate variations are rural and regional councils. Very few of them are metropolitan councils. So we have to be able to address that, and the only way we do that is following things like our financial sustainability plan, doing the analysis, getting the information so informed decisions can be made about what services will be reduced or cut.
Thank you. Yes, just keeping in mind, we're still in Committee of the Whole, and we're having people, a couple of people are actually speaking as if they're finalising their position. So we need to come out of the Committee of the Whole to have that happen. But at the moment, I've got Councillor Patterson wanting to speak. I've got Councillor Bain, Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Riddington. If they are final speeches, we could do them in open council. It's up to you. Yeah. So you could finalise your question, Councillor Patterson, please.
Okay, my last question in Committee of the Whole is to the General Manager, is that to not pass this SRV, to not do that, how is that going to affect your IPNR documents and the whole budget and the whole council organisation moving forward? As yet, I have not seen major reduction suggestions by any councillor, but yet I have heard a suggestion of non-support for the SRV. How is that going to affect if that does not pass through?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, it depends on what the resolution of council actually is. Council does have the choice to actually only put in the rate peg amount of 4.7%. What that would do is pass on in the first year another $1 million that we need to find, pretty well immediately in terms of cost savings. So council does have that actual choice. It's not something we're recommending because council over the last 5 or 6 years have been on this path of working through what we need to do, and this council in particular has worked through the process of looking at what we can do and then making the decision to make an application to IPART for a special rate variation in recognition of the significant financial challenges that the organisation and the community faces. So the council made that decision and IPART have partly approved that. So it's been the council involved in that process right through. So it would seem at odds to now say we're not going to do that, given that's what council have been, clearly in their path over the last 2 years is going down that path. But it would be an immediate $1 million we'd need to find in this financial year.
Councillor Patterson.
Just to continue on to that line of questioning, I note that approximately 18 months ago, that council put 3 options to council for the to do nothing in the special rate variation, to seek a smaller increase and then to seek a larger increase. A larger increase was to project council into a state where we actually had some money. We're in the black slightly. Then the middle one, which is where we ended up running for, is to keep it at even. So not to deal with any possibilities of more floods and fires and everything else that we have to deal with, but it keeps us even. And then the last one was just to do nothing and drop down. So through you, Mr. Mayor, possibly to the General Manager, the end result with IPART coming back to us, does that put us on an even trajectory, or is that putting us on a downward trajectory even at this current rate that we're going for?
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, probably the easiest way to demonstrate it is actually point people to page 57 of the IPART report. On that, there's actually a graph that shows what IPART have actually approved keeps council below a balanced operational performance ratio. So it keeps us in the negative. So IPART in their decision clearly recognises that council will remain in a deficit position for the next 10 years unless we make significant new income streams or efficiencies or reduce services and programs. So that was the decision of IPART, is to keep us in that deficit position unless we actually make those really hard decisions going forward.
Thank you. Just drawing attention to the suggestion, Councillor Patterson, that no one's put up an amendment to this. So it's either this or nothing at the moment. An amendment on a different amount could have been put up, but no one's foreshadowing that or thinking about it. But we have to make a decision before June the 30th. We don't make the decision on this today. It has to be an extraordinary council meeting before June 30. So do we have a motion to go out of committee of the whole, and then we can have final position?
I have
speeches.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, okay. You have a question, Councillor Bain?
A very quick question for clarification. And I might be wrong, but my understanding was on this matter, we're not actually deciding on the special rate variation. That's been removed from page 17, and we're doing that in the making of fees and charges, which is the next item on the agenda. Is that correct or incorrect?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, what you're doing in this is adopting these particular documents, and the long-term financial plan does include the special rate variations. However, that does not lock you in until you do the following report, which is actually making the rates, and it's actually at that point you'll actually determine what rate that will be.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to go out, Councillor Saul, out of Committee of the Whole? Do I have a second? Councillor Ring. Any dissent? No dissent. Councillor, we're out of Committee of the Whole. We haven't voted on the main motion yet. Thank you. Just to clarify, we're now out of Committee of the Whole. We're in normal council meeting procedure. I've got Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Riddington to speak. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you. Thank you. First off, I'd just like to thank the whole team that was involved in putting all this together. A lot to go through, a lot to digest. But I think in whole they've done a really good good job of it. Am I allowed to ask questions now, or is we just?
Yeah, well, if you're asking questions, you're not speaking to the motion, so it's one or the other.
All right. Well, yeah.
You can speak to the motion or ask questions.
Yeah, well, I'll ask a question first. Just a quick one for a little bit of clarity for everyone. We're talking about a lot of spending and cost savings and stuff like that. So far, up to this point, maybe through the general manager, what sort of cost savings have we already reined in up until this point since we've been going down this path?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, from recollection in the report we actually submitted to IPART, in the last 5 years we've made in excess of $7 million worth of savings.
Yep. And also with the savings and all the planning and the stuff you do, does council actually talk to other councils on better ways of achieving things, of what they've done to help rein in costs, or is it just sort of basically in-house?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, council does both. It looks at our own work that we do and the way we do it, but we're certainly in constant contact. We have a number of different groups that staff are involved with regionally and statewide that allows us to actually get that information from other councils and what they're doing. So yeah, it's actually both.
Yeah, and just one last thing, with the grants and going back to Councillor White and Councillor Patterson talking about the sporting fields and stuff like that. With the grants, it gives us the Shire an opportunity to move forward, and I feel that it's something that the Kempsey Shire has probably been a little bit stagnant for quite a while, and I'm for moving forward, done the right way. But just updating our sporting fields, like Councillor Patterson said, you travel away to different sporting ventures with your kids and whatever else, and you sort of look at what they have for their community, their children, and it far outweighs what we have or what we used to have. We're a lot better than where we were only just a few years back. And just with the grants and talking about repairs and stuff like that, a lot of our infrastructure for our sporting fields so far are quite old. So we would, as far as the ongoing costs with these grants in developing stuff, it actually replaces quite often what we've got. So therefore, we're not actually paying as such for the repairs or the upkeep to get them where we will have them with these grants. So I think with the right grants, doing the right way, updating the facilities for our children, I think it's a great idea. And I'm speaking for this, and I really think it's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too echo Councillor Butterfield's sentiments on the staff and the efforts that they've put into this. It's been massive over the last 2 years, virtually ever since this council had its second iteration. I personally would like to thank the community for their input. It has been outstanding. To me, I think I opened the debate in November about this issue to a massive public meeting. And I always like to go back to basics. With IPART and the application, it was an opportunity to have an independent body review our application, which they have done. And in some parts they have been critical, and in other parts they've said, okay, this is what I think you should have. I personally think at a rate peg of 4.7, that's what IPART set actually on the day of that meeting in November. and to have it increased to 7.9. And I know no one wants a rate increase, no one, but in the light of all of the information that we have received, and in fact, we do listen. I listen very intently, and in fact, I don't just listen, I process and I ask questions, and I have done for the last 2 years. My thinking is I am going to support the IPART recommendations. They've had a really good look at it. We have a lot of work to do. And then we will look at the new council after they're elected in September. They will have the opportunity to set the rates for the following financial year. But for this council, it would be, I believe, irresponsible of us to go against the IPART recommendation, to go against the intense amount of work that's been done on this, including the community input. We would be remiss, and I think we would be irresponsible to our future generations not to do it. So I'm saying we're in the middle of a perfect storm. Let's just take a breather, do the 7.9 and leave it up to the next council and the staff to find the improvements that are necessary to move us on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Invite any other councillors who would like to state their position on the issue. You don't have to speak, but you should be able to say where you're landing on all this information that's been given to you and the debate here today. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Riddington spoke well, very eloquently and to the point. So I said I support what you've said. I think the staff have really gone beyond the pale with this. It has been a tremendous amount of work trying to go out to the community, have conversations to get the messages across. Mr. Mayor, if we do not go forward, we're going to go further backwards. We need to have this money come in to keep us afloat and to also ensure that we do have a future worth having. Mr. Mayor, we do need for councillors to support this, and of course the follow-up as well, 10.2 or 3. So I urge you to consider this, get things moving, and make sure we have a future for our Shire. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Any further speakers? Councillor Ferguson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too echo the last two speakers. I haven't come across anyone who's enjoying the current rising cost of living, and we've heard, even as recently as last night, that there are people that are close to the line and can't tolerate any increases. However, with all the information presented and the, I believe, and the documents do say there is capacity out there for some rise, I don't believe it's the best way forward to start shutting everything down. We're going to have to do enough of that as is with the current approval. And if I can use an example of the Saleyards, we have to put a very small amount in to get a very big benefit to the community. The amount we're actually chipping in as far as council is very small for a huge improvement to something that a huge majority of the LGA uses. So yeah, I believe we need to move forward, and as much as I don't like it, we need to support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Well, I'll give my point of view, as I should. I think the important point that Councillor Riddington made is the one that's convinced me. We went to the independent tribunal, the IPART. They've said, looking at all the figures, we get 7.9% for the coming financial year, and we've also been given authority to look at the 15%, but we do not have to implement that 15%. Whoever's in these chairs in June next year will make that decision, and in between there's going to be so much work going on, as you see in the resolution or the motion before us. We're going to do an intense workshop with new councillors, and there's going to be a lot of soul searching on how to be financial sustainable into the future. So I also reflect the fact that no one likes a rate rise. I don't like a rate rise, but for us to keep providing the services and continue to make the Kempsey Shire a great place to live and work, we've got to implement this for this financial year coming. With Any further speakers? If not, I'll ask Councillor Patterson to close debate, if you could, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make, I suppose, this as a bit of a statement of normality. As I am a ratepayer, I'm a father, I'm a businessman. I am someone who's been born and bred in this town, and I'm someone who has grown up in a very, very low income family, single parent family. I've seen the benefits that can be achieved with council. I've seen the benefits that can be achieved through giving people a future, giving people an option, giving people something to look forward to. We speak again about costs to council. If council was run as a business, you would shut all the parks, all the libraries, all the swimming pools. You would shut them. But council is not just a business, it has community value. So us as councillors must make sure that we have a community that our residents can live in, enjoy in, love in, and come back to live here. The fact that we now have a university in Kempsey, a country university that our children now can be educated in and not have to go away and live in Sydney or Newcastle for 4 or 5 years like my own daughter done, and still away, hopefully to come back one day. Now that we have that education option in our town is one of the many things that this council has helped enact into this community through documents like this. I'd like to thank council's qualified staff, and I must emphasise qualified staff. These people here are not just people that have answered a popularity contest and got voted in. These people have been qualified. These are qualified people for their jobs. The IPNR gives us a future plan, a sustainable future of what we can do and what we'd like to do and where we'd like to go and what we'd like to be. It also shows accountability to our community and to our government that we are planning for the future and dealing with today. That's something that we can never forget about. When we go through the floods, the fires, the famine, council's still here, council's still operating, council's still delivering the waste, the disposal. You can turn your tap on, you've got clean water, you can go to the park, the kids can run around. We need to look forward to our future, and this document helps us achieve that. And I look forward to my fellow councillors supporting this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put the motion before you. Is there any dissent, please? There is one dissent. Thank you very much. I declare it carried. We now move to 10.2. Which is on page 33, making the rates. And councillors, you've been given a replacement one.
Yes,
and
the one on the paper.
So, Mr. General Manager, or one of your staff, could you explain the changes in this new document, please, from the agenda one?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We had staff do an additional review late yesterday, in relation to some of the formulas in our Excel spreadsheet that was used for some of this. And what highlighted was water and sewer and waste charges, the full 4.7 amount was applied across those instead of the 3.6. The 3.8, which was the CPI. So they've actually recalculated that. So you'll find things such as the waste charges, the water and sewer charges, usage charges have actually reduced in this to reflect picking that actually up. So we haven't had a chance to upload that into the system. We've only just been delivered these a little while ago. So I refer the councillors to the hard copy in front of you, but it is those changes we highlighted last night.
Thank you. I think councillors should take a couple of minutes to look at that. So I think 5 minutes to read that because it's quite a sizable resolution before you, and we'll then come back to debate it and move it. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just a quick question. So, in clarifying, all of the charges should have either remained the same or gone down. That's correct, isn't it?
Mr. Design Manager?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
See that on the very first 503.
Yep. So that's the old one.
That's the old one.
Yep.
Yeah. So you can see these are
All trained.
Yeah, wherever the CPIs applied
Yep.
to the, like this one, I think it was 409, 409, so it's probably the most significant. Next page. Yeah, these are eliminated costs as well.
Yes, it's gone down to $13 now.
Yeah, so they've reflected that change.
Councillor Ring?
I just wanted to confirm under point 2H, that first item, that first number, it hasn't changed from the last to the new. Is that still correct? It's
Yes.
the one.
Yes, they haven't.
That's correct. Some have changed where it's actually the CPI that has to be applied, not the rate peg. So yeah, so the ones that haven't changed are the ones that aren't impacted by that.
Councillors, do you need any more time? If not, I'll ask someone to move the new amended motion and with the the recommendation. It doesn't become a motion until we have a mover and a seconder. Mover, Councillor Bain. Seconder, please.
Oh, no.
Three hands went up and I'm going to have to make a decision on who's crossed the line first. Councillor Saul, thank you. Times it's a challenge to decide who put the hand up first or who turned the light on first. So Councillor Bain, do you wish to speak to this, please?
I do, thank you. Maringbu, Mr. Mayor. This is a really difficult decision. However, in November, when I supported the application to IPART for a consideration of a special rate variation, I said I'd do a deep dive into finance and continue listening to community, and that's what I've done. I've done a lot of work, and I'd also like to thank Director Mitchell, who's not here obviously, and Manager Douglas for their support in supporting me to understand the depth of the finances in council. I've also done a external course with Local Government New South Wales, which I'll report later in the meeting if we have time. The IPART decision, and I also thank community for their input into the submissions to IPART. The IPART decision, I think, is a fair outcome. I think it's potentially not what some of us wanted, and it's not what the community wanted, but it is a reasonable middle line, and it gives a first step which enables people to prepare for a potentially greater rise in the next financial year, but it also gives an opportunity, especially, I mean, the timing is impeccable coming into an election, right? So the community can make their decision about how they want the council to move forward. I've done a little look at some of the impacts, because one of the questions that's been brought up with my community consultation is that what about we just tweak it a bit and we drop that 7.9? Okay, we've got 4.7 is the rate peg. I mean, people would love us not even to do that. I understand that, but I understand there's other council which will remain unnamed, which has no rate increase at all, and that's really going to have a long-term impact on their community. But for us, 4.7%. If we stick with the 4.7%, the ongoing 10-year impact of that will be a deficit of $45 million, and will require $103 million in borrowing. Okay, if we don't get the money through through an increase in our income, in order to meet our obligations to community, we have to borrow the money. This was put in the IPART survey that maybe we didn't communicate that well enough, is what it says in the IPART report. We didn't communicate it well enough that if we don't get it from rates, we're going to have to borrow it, because there's stuff that has to be done. If we went for a middle path of 6.7%, we'd have a deficit of $38 million, which would require $96 million in borrowings. If we stay with the 7.9, if we went with the 7.9, there will still be a $35 million deficit, requiring over a 10-year period $73 million in borrowing. So we're not being greedy here. We're not. It's a very, very difficult financial situation. As Mayor Horville pointed out earlier, we've had several reports in the past where it said Kempsey Shire Council was not financially sustainable. A lot of work has gone in to creating this plan, and I absolutely agree with community. There is more work to be done. The job's just starting. But that's where I think the IPART decision was quite fair. It gives us an opportunity for a small step over the next 2 years, but it gives us the breathing space to get down and cut the services or do what we need to do to reduce expenditure. So I do this with great reluctance, but 1 minute ago, I'll do this with great reluctance, but I do ask my fellow councillors to consider supporting the full 7.9% rate increase.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo the sentiments of Councillor Bain. With this rate increase, as I've spoken about before, this is not going to put us in a place where we can rest on our laurels and say, great, we've got this rate increase. We don't have to do anything anymore. But this sets us on a trajectory going downwards financially. So we have to do something about that as councillors to try and steady that, to try and have a turnaround in that. There's a certain amount of services that our community expects. There's a certain amount of services that our community wants. Cutting of those services is something that a new council will have to look at what we do to address the ongoing deficit. There's been a few speakers over the last few months here at council, and I'm quite concerned that they don't quite understand about the breakup of the rates, the breakup of the fact that council doesn't have control of the total amount of your rates, the breakup of the fact that your rates are divided into unimproved property value as dictated by the government. We can't set property values, but we can do things like the IPNR document that enhances the value of everyone's property. The general rates, which is what we're looking at getting an increase in. The water and sewer rates, which are separate again. So there's 4 parts to the rates where they're just going up by the CPI. Is the CPI equal to inflation? Don't think so. Is the reality of that going to be somewhere going forward? Don't think so. We are in a council that has a sewer system that up in North Street that goes under in flood. What type of system was that ever to be had by a community? You know, going back 30 years ago, maybe then we should have looked at possibilities of moving that and doing that so it wasn't such a burden on us moving forward. So really the rates that we're applying for to put onto our charges, the increase is not a huge increase. It is an increase. It's not like the electricity bill that I pay and everyone here pays that has gone up by between 20 and 50%, that we have really no say other than making statements to or representation to our state and federal government members. Our fuel bills, which go up continuously, our insurance bills that go up continuously, our food bills, our expenses to send our kids to school. Those are the things that I thank all the people that make representations to council about addressing this rate rise, that we should not forget about addressing that. We should not forget that those real charges that affect the cost of living are not untouchable by us. We need to make representation to state and federal governments to address those extra burden costs on our community. So I look forward to all my fellow councillors supporting this increase. It is not what we wanted. It keeps us on a downward type direction where these qualified staff we have in front of us here are going to make sure that working with the new elected council that is reduced, that we can maybe bring that up to an even playing field, an even thing where one day maybe we have a council that can actually have some savings to cover its costs. So I look forward to my fellow councillors in supporting this. Thank you.
You still had a minute, Councillor Patterson, but that was just yeah.
No, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to make it really clear to the community, media, whoever else is listening online, we're voting on whether or not to approve an IPART approve 7.9% increase 24-25, not the 15% for the year after. I've seen it reported and talked about many times where it's we're going to approve a 22% or whatever, 24. So I'd really like to make that very, very clear that it is up to the next council to look at the improvements the council are attempting to make and do make, as well as looking forward to reducing costs. And then the next council can suggest what their making of the rates will be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington, for that clarification. That's the exact question that I was going to ask. So I'm going to dissent from this just on the grounds of the special rate variation on these grounds. So IPART acknowledged that the capacity to pay and the inability of pensions and people on fixed income and low income earners to pay. Acknowledge that. We have 30% of our people on Centrelink payments. The median income of Kempsey Shire Council is $56,000. That's in the IPART report. IPART also says that 15% of people pay more than 30% of income on rent or mortgage. That is a definition of housing stress. IPART used the CFA index to qualify the lack of capacity to pay. Our index is 3. That's the third bottom of all of New South Wales. That's 120. We placed 122nd from 120. Well, doesn't make right. Anyway, third bottom. IPART made some comparisons with neighbouring councils, Armidale and Port Macquarie and Bellingen. That's like comparing apples and oranges. I mean, Armidale and Port Macquarie. IPART also used the OLG category of other councils where in Group 4, which is a region or a city of a population above 70,000. I feel like that's probably comparing apples and pears, a little bit closer, but really non-realistic. Our population is 33,000-ish. The ratio of rates to median income, again in IPART, is 2.4%, which is higher than neighbouring councils and higher than those with CFA indexes. So Armidale, Port Macquarie, they have a lower ratio of median income. And we've got higher. So my question, why doesn't state and federal government step in and prop us up, acknowledging that cycle of disadvantage? Why should our community continue to suffer with low-performing assets, lowering services and programs, and getting rid of things like swimming pools or places of arts or libraries or playgrounds and sporting fields? And why should we have to cut staff? I mean, I note that IPART concluded that Kempsey Shire has an EFT of 1 in 89 residents in Group 4, which is higher than others. And I just don't support getting rid of staff. It just places more people on welfare, reduces even further capacity to pay, and just sends them on a trajectory of hardship. That, to me, this whole thing is the complete definition of a class system. The poor remain impoverished and uneducated with bad health outcomes, and the wealthier keep prospering, which allows them to grow wealth, and you end up on a trajectory like that. If we had to grow wealth and prosperity and build capacity for our people, then stop the cost shifting. Give us a hand. If our town is to be livable, if our town is to livable because we have nothing other than roads and rubbish, especially the young people, they'll leave. And these are our next generation of ratepayers. I mean, what's in it for them? They need arts and culture and entertainment and recreation and socialisation and connectivity to people to enrich their lives and families. And local government is more than about roads, rates and rubbish. And I finally saw a Facebook post the other day that said council should stick to roads and rubbish because we, the collective, we can look after ourselves. Well, that's a little bit unrealistic, and it's not what the systems of government expect us to do, which is actually prescribed in the Local Government Act. You mentioned before about some councils provide preschools and housing and a medical centre out in Forbes. So it is more than about roads, rates and rubbish. I note that both the state and federal government have inquiries into the local government ability to provide services and programs. That is an admission of a problem. I'm saying no to the rate rise. I reiterate exactly what I said in November. Push back on the state government. That's a cost shifting argument. Increase federal government assistance in more of untied grants, the inability and the affordability and the cost of living. And just finally, I was talking to a young single mum the other day who said she had $3 left after all of her household expenses. And I heard her say to her 3-year-old, I can get you an ice cream today because I got paid yesterday. I've been that parent. It's humiliating. It's humiliating in front of other parents, and it's causes so much internal trauma because children don't understand. I will not approve the SRV based on IPART's own assessment of our outcome, of our community's capacity to pay. And so for the single mum who wants to buy a kid an ice cream and every other person living day to day, I'm just saying no to a rate rise.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Any further speakers? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, if I may. Mr. Mayor, with these proposed rates and the SRV, we must be very mindful, Mr. Mayor, if we cannot right the ship, if we cannot get ourselves reasonably back on our feet, the big stick of amalgamation hovers over us. Now, you might say, oh, that never happened. Well, governments will, because they won't keep handing out grants. They won't keep handing out money. They'll say, find a bed mate and become a part with that. Or you're taken over, like a corporate company. You are now almost dissolved and you become a greater part of someone else's shire. And if we did that, imagine this, if we did that, we would be very small players in a big field. Our wishes wouldn't be taken care of, and I can imagine we wouldn't have much say in much things at all. Now, I won't mention anything further, but we must be very careful we do not end up in a situation where we are the underdog and we are forced to find bedmates and other councils to partner with. We must remain our own, otherwise our people won't have the say they have today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Butterfield.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to echo a lot of the thoughts from fellow councillors. We've all made some really, really great debates and issues of why we should and shouldn't do this. Councillor Bain breaking down the percentage of of our rate peg, what they will look like as far as borrowings along the way. That was quite interesting, as I didn't know the full outcome of that. But also, I'd just like to thank the community, as I understand their hardship. it wasn't too long ago I had to reach out to council for help for my own rates, and I've been down there quite a few times. So I do understand it is hard to come up with the extra money. Thanks to council with their help, we're able to get over that. And anyone in the same boat, reach out. They're there to help. Yeah, and with the rate peaks too, as other councils, I think we were already given the 4.7%. I think it was back in September now, I think, or November. IPART already issued the 4.7%. We're adding 3.2, which doesn't sound like much, but I do understand when you are limited with your income, extra is extra no matter how much it is. We've all had to tighten our belts, whether it be own house, business, council, which is no different to any of the other two. We're all trying to basically keep our head above water and do the best we can for the community. I'm reluctant to agree with this, but because, as I said, I've been there. But with everything considered, my part is, I think they've basically cut what we applied for in half, and it gives us a chance. We do have to pass on a small part of that, and next year we decide on the 15%, and hopefully, fingers crossed that we don't have to. With council and everything else, and hopefully there might be starting to level out in the way of all the costs of living, the increases of everything we've all had to do with. So with the hard work the council has done so far and is still doing and will continue to do, and trying to create costs and still be able to deliver the services that the community basically needs and wants and expects. So yeah, I am for this as hard as it is, but without us doing that, as what Councillor Bain pointed out earlier, the more we borrow, the deeper the hole we're basically digging for ourselves. So we all need to chip in and work out a better way to do this, because in the past, what IPART has given us to increase the rates has not kept up with the cost of living, and this is why we're in the position we're in now. And they've already acknowledged that to try and find a better way. So instead of basically going along like this, then all of a sudden we're asking for a huge amount for everyone. Hopefully we can just do a steady climb and we can all adapt as we go along, rather than be hit with a massive amount in one go. So yeah, looking forward to working with council. Whether I get back in again next year, or this year, sorry, will remain to be seen. As I said, because obviously you've had to make some difficult decisions this year, and which a lot of us didn't want to have to do, but we had to, with all the information being given. I think this is the only way ahead, and I apologise, but I'm speaking for this. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson, you wish to speak to it or ask questions?
I've already spoken to it, but I just asked a question.
You ask a question, yes.
Bit of a long question, if that's okay.
I like questions.
I asked this before earlier about intergenerational cost shifting. Intergenerational cost shifting is something that, like the general manager spoke about earlier, where, we buy something today and it might have a 50 to 80 year, 100 year lifespan. And so we're not asking those people now to pay for the whole sum of it. So intergenerational cost shifting also is involved with something that's achieved. This I'm asking you, General Manager, is this something that's achieved by not addressing our debt now? By not addressing the fact, if we make the choice to not put rates up by the SRB amount, which is really somewhat our worst case scenario because it doesn't put us on an even ground, can this lead to higher rates in the future? And is this intergenerational cost shifting by not addressing that now?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mrs. General Manager, please.
I'll answer in two ways. Simply, in the word yes. If we don't address the financial situation council is facing, then we simply push it down the road, and that will see either greater increases in rates, or it'll see greater reduction in services and programs. So it is needing to be addressed now, and that is why we've been working towards this point for a number of years as an organisation, and why we've gone through the SRV process. And the decision of the IPART has now given us also, as an organisation, the challenge to find that additional 15%, and that is something we need to do over those next couple of years. And if future council doesn't approve the other 15%, then we've got to find that money as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, which can lead to increased rates because of finding that money. We have to then rely on the
future. Yes, Councillor Patterson, you've got the right answer, I think. No one else wishing to speak at this time. I'll ask Councillor Bain to close debate.
Maringboo, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Wyatt for her input, and I share her concern regarding poverty in our community. I share her strong, passionate feeling that the state and the federal government should be picking up some of the slack. I will also think, potentially some of the decisions that have been made over many, many years have led us into this situation, and I wish that we weren't here, but the reality is we are. And we have to face that fact that we are in a financial situation that demands attention. We're in a structural deficit, and that requires hard decision making. One of the legal obligations of councillors is to make decisions based on evidence. And the evidence that I've carefully looked at, I've consulted with, I've talked about, leads me to believe that we must accept. I don't promote. I'm not happy about it, but it is a situation that we find ourselves in. And in terms of intergenerational equity, if we don't make the hard decisions now, what is our community going to look like 20 years down the track, with poor roads, overgrown areas? I don't want to be the councillor under our watch that watched a community slide into further dysfunction. I acknowledge that there is dysfunction in our community and that there's difficulties in our community, but are we going to let it go so that we slide further into that? In terms of a slight, and I think Manager Douglas, Manager Douglas, Group Manager Douglas, for giving me some last minute information, which is really quite interesting. At a 4.7% rate increase, the average cost, so that's across the whole Shire, the average cost will be $60 a year. For a 7.9% rate increase, the average cost across the whole Shire will be $100 a year. And I know, if you can't afford to buy your kid an ice cream, that's going to have an impact. I'm not trying to denigrate that impact, just saying that this is what the cost is going to be, and I believe it's relatively modest, although I understand the cumulative effect of all the other cost of living increases. So I'm sorry that in terms of Councillor Patterson saying some of us passed a popularity contest and we're not really well qualified, I don't think this is going to do much for my popularity, but I also like to underline that I have taken on a massive amount of learning. I've done training. I'm looking into this. I am not taking this as a popularity contest. I'm taking this as a serious business of making decisions for the future of our community. So thank you for your time. Maringboo, Mr Mayor, I'm finished.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. The debate is closed with Councillor Bain's remarks, so I'll now put the motion that's before you on the amended sheet. Is there any dissent? We have one dissent. Thank you. I declare the motion carried. And we now have to have a procedural motion to bring forward item 10.12, loan borrowings, and a report to deal with it immediately. And we should be able to do that before our lunch break. It's on page 105. Oh, we've got the printed one. Yes, we've got another printed one. It's an updated recommendation. So could I have a mover of the procedural motion? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Seconder, please. Councillor Butterfield. The motion's on the screen. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. We'll now come to 10.12, which is on the printed document that you've been given. And Mr. General Manager, could you outline the changes that are in this new recommendation, please?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, and probably for the public's benefit, why this happens like this is that we actually have to get the latest figures from the bank this morning. So what's published is a week old, and literally we have to do this morning. So we've actually got updated rates from the banks this morning, and we have to sign the deed by 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that's the reason it's done like this. So the rates are fairly in line with the original table that was set out there from the various banks. And what is being recommended is that we take out a loan of $10 million to be repaid over the 20 years for the general fund, and that we proceed with the loan offer from the institution that has the most advantageous outcome to council. I would note that this is through a commercial bank, and their rates are actually better than what we could get through T Corp, even though T Corp wouldn't allow us to do that. The rate should be coming up. Here we go. Yeah, so it is from CBA at 5.87% over the 20 years. So that is the loan that we're recommending to council to offer, as it is the most advantageous to council.
Mr. General Manager, would it be acceptable to slightly amend that so it's a $10 million loan and put the word loan in there over 20 years repayment? Because that makes it very clear that we're not taking out $10 million every year for 20 years.
Look, that's up to council. I think it's very clear to the general public what they actually read there. It's up to council if they want to reword it like that, but it is a loan report and it talks about proposed borrowings. It's totally up to the council if they want to just do that minor rewording.
Clarity. Okay. So do we have a mover for that, please? Councillor Riddington, please. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now, we need to be really clear on this. Council, back in, I can't remember the month, but it was last year, June last year. Yeah, we had to do the forward projections for this in case we needed this money. Am I correct? Yes. To me, that seems quite a good rate to have from the CBA, noting the Mayor's comments in an earlier discussion that council was not in a financially sustainable position over the last few years past, and T Corp wouldn't lend us the money. This is the big thing. Because we didn't have that particular tick from T Corp, which is Treasury Corporation, New South Wales Government, we couldn't borrow that money. But that's really interesting that the General Manager's now telling us a CBA rate is better. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Riddington. Any other people wishing to speak to this matter? Money matter? Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Question. We've got this table which shows Westpac, NAB and CBA. What was the T Corp's final percentage to us, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. General Manager.
It was a couple of decimal points higher than what we've been given by CBA. So it was close, but
okay,
still better.
Just interested why we haven't got it in our papers is all.
Yeah, we can't get. They won't give us a loan anyway.
Oh, they won't give us a loan anyway.
No.
Okay. Yes. Sorry about that. My misunderstanding. Again, if I may speak to this now, then please. Yes. Just that thing about intergenerational equity. Once again, intergenerational equity means that we current ratepayers are not overly burdened with assets that are going to last 20, 30, 40 years, but it also means that future generations aren't overburdened by ageing infrastructure that isn't going to meet their needs, and previous spending of councils on non-essential items. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, and may be accepted by Councillor Riddington, that we add to point 1 that it's a $10 million loan instead of 10 million. So add $10 million over 20 years repayment. So it makes it clear to the people reading this that that's what we're actually doing. We're taking out a loan now that has to be repaid over 20 years.
No, I would agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? If there's no further debate, I'll be able to put it, but we need it up on the screen first. A minor change there, Mr. Thorogood.
We can get the word loan in. Yeah, so not the word loan in as well. Well, it already says borrowing. Yeah, I know, but the man wants to loan in it as well. Yeah, we take borrowing. No, he said borrowings for general fund a $10 million loan.
Of a $10 million loan with a
yeah.
Could I ask a question on that, Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Possibly through it. I just wonder if that's going to restrict to be repaid over 20 years, whether that's going to restrict the possibilities of it may get paid out early. If it's
think you can always pay it out early. I'm not too sure, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, that's the most advantageous rate and time period for the council. We do regularly review our loan borrowings and what's available and the timeframes, and you have to weigh up paying out early against the penalties. And at times that's still worthwhile doing. Other times the penalties, it's certainly not worth doing.
And just to follow on to that,
yes, Mr. Councillor Patterson,
is that something that could possibly in the future be paid out by a grant fund or part thereof?
No.
Okay. Right. No further debate. Councillor Riddington, do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've covered everything.
Right. I'll put the motion that's on the screen. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Yes, we will. Yeah, well, we're at it now. Yeah. Okay, there's a fair chance we'll be going beyond 1 o'clock, so could I have a motion that we continue after 1 o'clock? Councillor Riddington moves it. Seconded by Councillor Bain. No debate. Is there any dissent to the procedural motion? We work beyond 1 p.m. There is none. Declare it carried. Well, we're back to 10.3. On page 39, Crescent Head Holiday Park revised concept plan. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move it, please? And please. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Riddington.
Ready to go? Okay, cool. First, I would just want to say I think it's a good negotiated position, but have an amendment, which I will discuss later. I understand that.
Councillor White, can you put it in right now?
Well, I haven't got it in words, but is it up there? Haven't got it in words, but can I just go through? You've just lost my train of thought. Can I just start again?
I'm sorry.
I'll put the amendment in after.
You'll have to then.
Okay. All right, then foreshadow an amendment.
No.
Okay.
No, you're not foreshadowing. As a mover, you can accept your own amendment now.
You're moving the motion.
Copy.
Yeah.
Copy that.
So put in what you want. The words you want, put them in now.
I haven't written out the words I want, but I want to consider the points that were raised yesterday about including that sort of pathway from Pacific Street behind Pacific Street to Willow Street. I want to consider that disabled cabin being somewhere else in the holiday park, so removing it from Area 5 into either Area 8 or 11 or wherever is appropriate. I'd also like that is done in consultation with actual people with disabilities sector and within universal design principles. And I'm just confirming that the pathways are 24 access. So we discussed this yesterday.
Mr. General Manager might help you out with that.
Yes, please do.
All right. So in relation to the path, that's actually for the next report. So that'll the path at the back between the back of the houses and things, that actually goes into the terms of reference for the next report. So that one's fairly easy. 2 point F actually has confirmation, the council commits that the foreshore car park and the 24-hour public access along Killick Creek footpath. So we're committing to that in this as it is. So the first one goes to 2B and needs some of your guidance on this, Councillor Wyatt. So at the moment, it's to remove 5 cabins, planning Area 5, reducing the total number of cabins down to 9, so from 14 to 9, and includes replacing 8 existing cabins in Area 3 and 1 additional accessible cabin. What I'm hearing you saying is you don't want the accessible cabin in Area 3 or 5, but somewhere else in the park. So what we could actually do is make that wording, remove the 5 cabins in Area 5, remove the 5 cabins in Area 5, reducing the total number of cabins planned in Area 3 and 5 from 14 to 9, full stop. And that a disability accessible cabin be placed at an appropriate site within the park, which allows us the opportunity to consult and to work out just where in the park that best suits.
All right.
Well, at the moment, the recommendation of the resolution is actually 9 cabins in there. So you've gone from 14 to 9, and understanding that reduction of 5 cabins in terms of income is around $120,000 per year to council that you are cutting.
Sorry, so can I
Councillor
please
Wyatt,
ask a question?
you accepting what the General Manager is offering?
At this point, can I hear?
Yes, well, I'll be hearing Councillor Riddington, but what has been put forward at the moment is what you are wanting.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yes, I'm wanting to put in place what was discussed at the public forum yesterday in removing that disabled cabin from Area 3 and then putting in place what was sort of discussed after the meeting in terms of somewhere else within the park that is more suitable without naming a site.
Yeah, under consultation, as the General Manager said, suggested. Councillor Riddington, did you want to add a question?
Sorry, I just want a bit of clarification, Mr. Mayor. So is there removing 5 cabins in Area 5? So then you've got...
Can we just wait a second? Mr. General Manager is trying to clarify something, Councillor.
Yeah, because I can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but is it 8? 8 cabins? And 1 disabled?
Yeah, so we just clarify that. So what on the screen will get changed, will be updated. It will be remove 5 cabins from Area 8, reducing the total number of cabins planned in Area 3 and 5 from 14 to 8. So we're actually losing 6 cabins. So we're now talking about $150,000 we're actually cutting out of the income from council. So you need to be aware of that because we talk about financial sustainability all the time, and council is making a very conscious decision at this point to reduce our income by $150,000 a year. Okay,
Thank you.
Just be clear on that, and the public needs to be clear on that.
Thank you. That was what I wanted clarified.
Thank you.
Foreshadow a motion that doesn't happen? How do I do that?
You could, but I'm not taking that at the moment. I'm waiting on Councillor Wyatt to complete her speech in favour of motion. We don't actually have a debate until she's spoken to a motion. Councillor Wyatt.
And just confirming, just confirming with that motion, you mentioned that the
Kerry Whittington.
you mentioned that the Willow Street, Pacific Street issue is something for the next item. So does that mean an amendment has to be put up to include those in the next item? All right. And you've concluded the pathways are dealt with in there as they are 24 access. Right. Good to go. Thanks. Okay. So yeah, I do think it's good. I think it's a good outcome, meeting tourist needs, changing market of tourism. Yeah, there's like larger group sizes and multi-generations, bigger vans, all that kind of thing. It does preserve the character of the Crown Reserve precinct. It does, well, generate some income for the Crown Lands reserves. Actually, I'll just go ahead and just wait a sec. I'll just go. Okay, so Area 5, Weller Street, and Area 9, we've amended there. We're retaining the 24 area public access in Killick and Reserve Road. We've reconsidered the manager's residence and set it back from the road. I totally support enforcing and stopping the encroachment of the caravan parks into the public area along Killick Creek. I prefer to see those marked out rather than bollards, as I think if you put bollards, from my experience, you'll just become clotheslines or resting places for equipment. I also hope that we provide to regulate those arranger sizes in the holiday park so the guests can choose an appropriate spot for their van. So within those 150 sites, you might have 3 categories of sizes so that they choose the appropriate site and they do not encroach into other sites or make them bigger. I mean, I do acknowledge the revenue, especially in light of what we've just discussed in the performance ratios. I think that it still does deal with the user pays rather than burdening the rate payer from general operating funds to put back into the Crown Reserve. And we talked about $10 million in 10 years, which could actually fund some of the car parking issues when they get dealt with at another time. And the revenue is also can be spent in roads and playgrounds and cam areas and boat ramps and toilet blocks in a lot of those coastal areas. So we do need it. So I do support holiday parks being there. We're dealing with something later around the Crown Land plans management. And most of those coastal areas are in those Crown Lands. And as I said before, it will be holiday parks can fund all of that infrastructure in those reserves, but there's also 21 reserves in Kempsey and 11 in Smithtown, Gladstone, about 68 total. Money generated in Crown Lands can go towards maintaining those as well. And it's legislated this way. So it gives us an opportunity to have some rate relief from the $23 million in general funds. I think by changing that Area 5, the viewscape will be better protected. But unless we sort of have some regulations around caravan sizes, we can still end up with, large vans that will obscure views anyway. Look, I just want to support that, what the community have done, and acknowledge the community, and especially pay my respects and congratulations to Fred for just conducting this whole with so much dignity and mutual respect, and same with Peter Allen and Steve Mitchell for doing the same and just really being willing to adapt and be flexible. So I really congratulate all parties on that, and I think that this is a really good outcome and hope that you support it.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Further speakers, please. Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor White, for your amendment. I support this particular motion, and I do thank the Crescent Head people, and I look forward to establishing a better working relationship with Council and the Crescent Head groups. I really appreciate all the work that you do. I know that you're really passionate about your community. I think this goes a long way to mending bridges, and I hope that it can be accepted in the way that it's meant. I fully support it. I look forward to the new Crescent Head advisory group. I think that will be a useful tool to look at the foreshore planning. So thank you, and I really do thank Councillor Wyatt for her efforts in conciliation between the community and the council. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Mr. General Manager, would you be able to answer this question before I come to Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Bain? We're reducing the number of cabins. Is there a chance to put them elsewhere in the park in the future?
Yes. There's areas in the park, as we've seen, where we're looking at putting cabins along Area 8. There's a whole range of areas you can actually put cabins in. What, from a financial perspective, and this, I guess, really highlights the dilemma that the council organisation, both from a staff and the councillors, face, is that how do you get, and it's an issue of balance, how do you get that right balance? And I think this is a good outcome, personally, but as a general manager, I'd be irresponsible not to highlight that we do lose income by this decision. So we need to highlight that. We can put cabins in another area, but we could also add cabins in this area as well. So you are losing income, but the benefit of that is you're actually getting, from a community perspective, a better outcome. And that's that values decision that council is constantly having to make, is what is the right value and what is the right balance between generating income we actually need as a community. And this is one of the only areas we can actually generate additional income is through the holiday parks, and weighing that up against what's the right balance for the community and what we need to build a really good, sound community. So it's this constant tension we're actually faced all the time. And it is a really difficult decision that us as staff and the councillors tackle and struggle with all the time to try and get that balance. So, yeah, we can put them in somewhere else. We could also put them here. But it's getting that balance, which is the real struggle that we face all the time.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was going to be much the same, but given that Area 8 doesn't yet contain cabins, if I'm correct, putting them there now does minimise our income loss, doesn't it?
Mr. General Manager.
We've got $3 to $5 million worth of income we've got to try and find, or expenses we've got to cut. That's the 15% that the IOPARs haven't approved. One of the ways we can get that is by putting cabins in Area 8. So it's not minimising the loss, really. It's just we've just got this financial gap, and we need to take every opportunity to maximise our income that we possibly can. So yeah, you know, we should be putting cabins in the Area 8 and probably all of Area 11 to try and assist with that. So it depends on which way you look at it, I guess. You know, I'm looking at it from the number one challenge the councillors have given me is trying to make this organisation financially sustainable over and above everything else that's been there for 6 years. And to do that, you know, we'd be better to put cabins all the way along areas 3, 5, 8 and 11, because that actually maximises that. But it doesn't give us the right balance for the community. So I think doing this gives you the right balance for the community, as long as we continue on with cabins along 8 and 11. So...
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Bain.
Martin Boo, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would like to support this. I think we've come a long way in communicating with the Crescent Head community and listening to the Crescent Head community. I think specifically, you know, most importantly, the return of Willow Park to public facility once the overflow parking there is finished at, I think, February 25. And the confirmation of Killick Creek access, the amendment of the realigning the new fence. There's been a lot of issues with Crescent Head community, and I think it's congratulations to Mr. Allen and Director Mitchell again for the great work they've done in coordinating with the community, and congratulations to the community for having a strong voice. I think it's a great example of staff, community and elected councillors working together, and I'd like to also underline what Councillor Riddington said of congratulating Councillor White on the great work she's done in mediating. So thank you very much, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Butterfield, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'd like to thank Mr. Allen and Mr. Mitchell and anyone else who was involved in the community, obviously Crescent community, in coming up with this. I think there's been some really good and interesting changes. Hopefully, like, you know, we can sort of get a little bit of I suppose, trust and respect from the Crescent community out of this. There is a couple of concerns that I do have, maybe through to Mr. Allen or the General Manager, with moving those 5 cabins from Area 5, what was the reasoning behind that?
Mr. General Manager.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. We received substantial feedback from the community, both when we obviously had issues around the shed, but with the potential to put cabins all the way along there, that it does block that initial view line out. So when you come around that corner and you do look across to Killer Creek and that it does block out that view line. And as we considered that, it was how do we actually provide some sort of compromise. So instead of putting the cabins there, we maintain them as powered sites. So we still get some income from them. We wouldn't get that full amount of income from them.
Yep. Following on from that, if that's the reasoning behind it, Area 4, we're now putting in, I think it is 5 safari tents. Wouldn't they be of similar height to the cabins? And if not, whether the cabins are put there or not, those safari tents are going to obstruct the view anyway. So if that is the case, and just many times I've walked down there looking across from there, if the safari tents are going to block the view, it doesn't make any sense removing the cabins.
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, there is still views to the side of the safari tents, and Mr. Allen can probably fill in a bit more detail on this because we aren't bringing the safari tents as far along as we originally planned from there. So there is still view lines through there, and it is certainly one of the aspects that particularly visitors, and there are literally tens of thousands of visitors to Crescent Head every year. The visitors are looking at that as they come around and they're walking down that path. They are looking across, and it is one of the aspects that you start to get a connection with the creek and the ocean straight away. So, like I said, it's a real dilemma for us as staff to let go of things where we can generate income because it is the number one priority. But we believe in listening to the community, looking at what we can do in areas 8 and 11. That we are getting the balance right by actually making that recommendation.
Thank you.
Oh, just one more. Oh, there's a couple of things actually. Well, with that being said, just by going on the picture we have here with Area 5 and 4, it pretty much sort of lines up, but maybe that's not exactly to scale. If that's the case, why can't we move? Is there any reason why we can't extend those cabins around at the end of Area 11? Around to Willow Park, because it's not blocking anybody's view there. It's only blocking a view of a car park.
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, that's certainly one of the things we'll be looking at, and certainly the way the concept plans develop, it allows us to actually look at that into the future. But again, business cases have to be stacked up for that as well as we make those decisions.
Yep. Sorry, Beto. And I do notice that the area which is labelled reserve, which is not part of the boundary, but I did notice in previous plans, I'm not quite sure what year that was, but that reserve section, I believe, was actually made into a car park. Was designed to be a car park. I think that's maybe when you were looking at taking the foreshore area out and making it into a green space. I did see something recently that when that reserve bit, not this concept plan, it could have been back when you were looking at removing the car park from the foreshore.
Yeah, well, we're not.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why is that taken out of it?
Councillor Butterfield, it's not part of this
Yeah.
motion before us at the moment.
Yeah, but can I ask why it's not part of it now? Why that boundary's been moved?
Are you talking about area?
Sorry, General Manager.
Mr. Mayor. Are you talking about area 9 at the front?
Yeah,
right
where you got 9, but just that left that green space between the skate park.
Yeah.
There.
That's actually in the concept plan, to be developed, and that's part of the next item. It's part of what that advisory group will be looking at.
Right.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, Councillor Patterson, but can you hold your thoughts or write them down because we need to adjourn for lunch now. Our toasted cheese sandwiches are nearly ready and we've got to go.
Okay, I'm up for an amendment.
Okay, thank you. So when we come back, we'll continue on with 10.3. Thank you, everyone. We'll be adjourning and coming back here at 20 past 1.
now live.
Welcome back, everyone. Looking to the agenda and the fact that we have to finish by 4 p.m, we've got no choice. We need to bring some items forward that need to be dealt with, and that's a procedural motion. And then we can finish off with the other ones that could be deferred to the next council meeting. So we'll move that. We're going to complete this one first, and then we'll have the procedural motion and have that discussion. That's okay. So the floor was belonging to Councillor Patterson, who's going to talk about 10.3.
Just after our discussions earlier on about the IPNR and also making of rates and looking at addressing our deficit now and not moving on that to our future generation. I really do not support 2B in here, where we're cutting down from 14 cabins to where we're going, cutting down to 8.
Yep.
As that's a loss of income for council. We spoke about, as well as one of the councillors spoke about, adding cabins to number around in section 8, possibly 11. I see that as a benefit. If we take these cabins out that's talked about in 2B, we're reducing our income once again, not addressing our shortfall, our budget shortfall, and our need to address not losing income but making income. I propose an amendment 2B to be replaced
To be or not to be?
with to leave the 14 cabins in area 3 to 5 against that recommendation in this. Here it says remove 6. Cabins planned in area 5, reducing the total number of cabins in areas 3 and 5 to 14. I propose that we do not remove those, that we maintain our income, and then in the future of looking at adding to the income of our Crown Lands management, that we also look at then the adding of cabins to 11 and where else we can actually gain income from. So that is my amendment.
Right.
I need a seconder.
Do we have a seconder? And then we'll need the words. Councillor Butterfield.
Mayor, a question on that.
Well, we haven't got it up on the screen yet, but that's right. We'll need to have the amendment on the screen. It's everything else except B change. Is that what you're saying,
Yeah,
Councillor Patterson?
Yeah. I understand that we've had feedback from the community, and I agree with A through C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, 3 and 4, but I do not agree with removal of those cabins, removing those, making that number down to 8 cabins. That is not what we spoke about here today. That's not what we should be doing as responsible councillors that are looking forward to a less than 15% rate increase in the future coming years. We're not going to address that by reducing our income even more, by reducing cabins in section.
Councillor Patterson, could I clarify something, please? Are you proposing to remove B altogether?
Would that? Well, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
I'll ask through to the general manager if that
and
just
if
happens.
you do that, you then affect C, which says note the potential loss in items A and B. So
no. There needs to be looking at potential moving. Where are we in cabin 8? So noting potential loss of revenue. Yeah, so I'd have to change that. Sorry. Yeah.
So
we're replacing the power type cabins. Yeah,
it affects more than B. So,
Yeah.
Okay, can we get some advice from the general manager on this amendment from Councillor Patterson, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. what I think I'm hearing is, and I'll get Mr. Thorogood to work through this. So B would be removed altogether. Let me go right through. So B would be removed altogether. C would be noting the potential loss from item A above. And I'd suggest you put in a new 3. And the reason I'm saying that is because 2 reads commits to the following undertakings in response to the community feedback. So what Councillor Patterson is proposing is not in response to the community feedback. So you'd put a new number 3, 3 and 4 would become 4 or 5. So a new number 3 would be that areas 3 and 5 maintain the existing number of, or have 14 cabins. That we commit to installing 14 cabins in areas 3 and 5. And to installing cabins in area 11 in the long term. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Right, we've got that clarified, so we just need to have the amendment up on the screen and then we can debate that amendment from Councillor Patterson. Yeah. Well, I've got a second. Yeah.
Can I please ask a question?
Scott Patterson.
Can I please ask a question? Just procedurally, does
Yes.
Councillor White have to accept this amendment?
No.
Thank you.
If it becomes a motion by being passed, then Councillor White still has a right to speak to it.
Yeah, no, it's
at the end.
Yeah, and
that's looking forward. But yes, Councillor Patterson.
If I change this amendment to a foreshadowed motion.
No, it's amendment.
Because okay.
It's amendment. We vote on it. It either gets up or not, and we go back to the original. If it doesn't get up, it becomes a motion. If it does,
okay, that's it.
Right, that's on the screen now. We've got the new point 3, Councillor Patterson. You can see it there.
Yeah.
And we've no longer have a J because all the letters have been replaced because B disappeared. We've got a new B that was C.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So can I speak to it?
You moved it. Now you speak to it.
Okay. Thank you for waiting for us to get this all sorted. So they listen when we look at addressing our shortfall in our budget. Our shortfall in the fact that we need to address that. We need to stop skipping around the edges of it and saying that'll be too hard. You know, we listen to community feedback. We're addressing those issues, except for the lack and the reduction in income that for some reason people in certain parts of our community think that it's a big cash cow for Kempsey Shire Council, where Crescent Head Holiday Park is part of our holiday park system that is one of the only commercial enterprises that council can actually make money from. There is no one, and I have been surfing at Crescent Head since I was a toddler. There is no one that I've ever met to say that I'm not ever going to Crescent Head again, because when I was walking along the footpath, which used to be dirt when I was there, from when I was young, I've never met anyone to say that I'm not coming back to this beach because I can't see the creek and the beach the whole way down that park, or even most of the way. That's been addressed by moving the shed. When that caravan park is full of caravans and tents, the only thing you can see in that caravan park is caravans and tents. So let's be responsible here and address the shortfall that council needs to address in its income. Let's put the cabins there. Let's run with the possibility of installing more cabins further down the term, further down the line, and just remembering that the establishment of the Crescent Head reference group isn't there yet. So this is something that has come just from a couple of community groups, which by acknowledging right through to we're acknowledging also through to 3, where are we? 4, 5. We're acknowledging that we have listened to, but we're also acknowledging that we are doing something about our deficit.
Okay.
By not hurting anyone, by just maintaining 14 cabins.
That's it, Councillor Patterson? Yeah, thank you. So I've got some people put their lights on. Councillor Bain, Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Whittington had them on earlier, but Councillor Ferguson, you've got it on too. So if we can get consensus very quickly, we've got a lot of work to get through, but I don't want to stifle debate. If we could get to a decision quickly, that would be great. Councillor Bain, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking against this amendment. I think Councillor Patterson, absolutely, I understand where he's coming from the point of view of the council as a business. However, the council is not a business, and that's that's an important thing to recognise, that we're not. We have a quadruple bottom line, which is designed to widen the focus purely from a purely economic perspective. Now, I understand that it's coming from an economic perspective, but we also have to look at the impact, and it's in our community strategic plan to enhance and protect natural and built environments, right? Enhance those environments. We need to boost the prosperity in the economy, which is what Councillor Patterson is referring to, 1 out of the 4 of the quadruple bottom line. We need to create and celebrate a supportive and connected community. Now, we have worked very, very hard, and council staff have worked very, very hard to build a relationship with the Crescent Head community that has taken has had significant steps backwards and significant steps forward. And we're basically at we're at a good spot. I believe we're in a good space at the moment. And I believe this amendment would undo a lot of that great work. And the 4th of the quadruple bottom line is that we value informed leadership. Informed leadership, engaging and inspiring the community. This amendment does not engage and inspire the community. It's to me, completely ignoring the community. We've had outstanding work from council staff in engaging the community and undoing some of the damage that's been done with other proposals without consultation in Crescent Head. And I think, and while I acknowledge Councillor Patterson's point of view about the economy, we are more than an economy. We're a society. We're more than an economy. We're a community. And this strikes to me a very good balance between acknowledging what the community requirements are and maintaining that beautiful space and developing an income that can be spent on enhancing Crown land. It doesn't it does indirectly impact the general fund, but it doesn't directly impact the general fund because the money earned can only be spent on Crown managed land, on council managed Crown land. Now, I found out today, and very pleased to hear that the Slim Dusty Centre is now council managed Crown land. So some of the investment in the Slim Dusty Centre won't need to come from general fund. It will be able to come from the income generated from holiday parks. But I'm saying we need to keep that. Economy is not the only thing to be considered here. It's that quadruple bottom line, and that's part of our strategic plan. It's part of the state government's direction to us. No Shire Council, no local government area is empowered in its own right. We are an instrument of the state government, right? So we have to follow the legislation. We have to follow what they say. And the quadruple bottom line was put in place in order to move us from purely looking at it from either, a left-wing greeny environmental view or a total right-wing economic point of view. It's a balance. Sorry if I was out of line there. Mudingboo, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We've got 4 more councillors wishing to speak, I challenge each of you to try and keep it under a minute, but you have 5 minutes if you want. If you just need to state your position, we will get through this debate a lot quicker. Councillor Wyatt, please. You were on my list. You don't want to, right? Councillor Riddington.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, I do not support this amendment, and thank you, Councillor Bain, for your passion on that. My thinking is I think the General Manager summed it up beautifully with finding a balance. We have found a balance, I hope, with Crescent Head. We've gone a long way to repairing, as I said earlier, our relationships, and I want them to continue in the future. By doing this, I think we have gone back to the future. We should get on our fiery skateboard and shut this one down. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, that was 1 minute. Well done, Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick procedural question. If this is lost, we go back to Alex's original motion?
Yes.
Is that correct? If Alex is lost, where do we go for from there? If her, because she's moved an amendment to.
No,
that becomes the motion.
It is the motion as it is.
Okay.
This amendment has to be passed before it becomes a motion. It replaces the original motion. But at the moment, we're just dealing with the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Mr Mayor.
Sorry, you're on my list, Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We've had quite a few debates with issues in Crescent Head, and again, I commend all the work that's been done, council and the community, and we talk about compromise, and I just think that with a lot of this, we've compromised and come to an even ground, and for most part, people are happy. I sort of a little bit, I'm not too sure with Councillor Bain's comments in some way that one, we're going to have an SRV, but two, we're not going to go for more revenue. And then he brings up the Slim Dusty Centre, which is now council operated lands, which will benefit from the fact of these extra cabins. Yeah. So a little bit amused by that one, but I just think Crescent Head, as we have worked with them, and I don't expect an applause like other councillors are getting, but I just think the state the council is in, we're just taking on the Slim Dusty Centre now, which will benefit from these cabins. I just think the Crescent Head need to just give us a little bit of leeway as well. You know, we're working with them, and I think that it'll be good that. Thank you for one. First one in 2 years. I'm proud. Yeah, I just think
Butterfield speaking.
Yeah, I just think if we can compromise a little bit more, and somehow I'd like to see the extra cabins go in, whether it continue down to Area 5 or we do find somewhere else, whatever we agree on. But I'd like to keep the 14 cabins in total, because I think it's, you know, it's for us as we're not supposed to be a business, but we're obviously I can wait for you if you like. Yeah, we're not business as such, but apparently we can operate on thin air. But we'll see how we go.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Saul.
Thank you,
You've got a challenge to beat.
No,
there was one councillor who could do it in a minute.
No, I won't be doing that. Mr Mayor, with respect, today it's very much a case of business. The ratepayers expect the councillors and the council to look after their investment in the AM Clay with good stewardship. And good stewardship is making sure that we don't hand out money and lose money on projects that if we can avoid so. Mr Mayor, with these extra cabins and the money that will come from that, it will do so much benefit for the community. Now, agreed, some don't want that, and many local voices are quite loud, but that's only a segment of the community, not the entire community. Mr Mayor, we need to be good stewards. If we're not good stewards and take every opportunity to raise revenue that will benefit our shire, benefit our people, we are making a mockery of our job as councillors. So those that don't believe so, that's your opinion, but I'm very firm on mine in saying that we do need to ensure that we are maximising every opportunity to create revenue for the shire. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I'll put my little bit in too. I'm opposed to the amendment for the simple reason we've consulted. This is the best outcome from the consultation, and it's the idea that we can count how much money will come from 14 cabinets instead of 8. It's a bit like saying to the farmer, I hope to get good weather and I could grow a big crop over in that paddock, but I don't know if I'll plant it or not. It's a gamble anyway, and for me, let's go with our commitment to the community to consult. We'll close debate on this amendment now. Councillor Wyatt, you can close it if you want to.
No.
No,
Just to move it.
only the amendment. It can be moved. They don't get another go, but the original motion mover, that's you, can speak to every amendment, and that's the close the debate on the amendment. Do you wish to speak to it?
Oh, well, I don't support it for the reasons that Councillor Bain has suggested and Councillor Riddington has suggested. I think you must have read my notes exactly, because that's exactly my train of thought. You know, we talked about trust bucket before. You've gone out to consultation. There's been really good negotiation on both sides. This was a position that council have brought to us. I don't support this motion.
This amendment. Thank you very much. I'll now put the amendment. Is there any dissent from the amendment put forward? 5 voted against it. It is lost. 6.
3 voted for
And 3 voted for it. Yes, I understand it. Thank you. 6-3, lost. I'll get my numbers right eventually. I apologise, Council. We now come back to the original motion that's on the screen, and there's no one else wishing to speak. Councillor White, you can close debate on the motion.
Thank you. So that's the motion that we put together before I went to lunch. Copy that. All right. I just want to end by saying that, you know, change. I think this acknowledges there's a changing market segment of tourism. There's a larger, you know, we've got larger group sizes due to multi-generation, got bigger vans, more equipment, more cars per site, and there's a setup where people come and go and leave their site set up. It doesn't mean that we need to accommodate for the bigger vans and the big changes. We just need to work within what I call limits of acceptable change. Like all over the world, nostalgic places are being lost because we're not putting in place these limits of acceptable change. You know, Ubud in Bali is horrific now. Venice in Italy, Yellowstone, even in New South Wales, places like Seal Rocks, Byron Bay, Holmes Beach, even Sydney Harbour has set visitor numbers to Sydney Harbour Islands. This is about carrying capacity of the land and limits of acceptable change, which is the amount of change we're willing to tolerate in our landscapes, community aesthetic, and just society's well-being. We mentioned that government is not a private sector, and thank you, Arthur, for Councillor Bain for reading my mind. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. Is councils have to deliver that social and cultural side of decisions we make. We do deliver services that sometimes you just cannot put a dollar value on, and neither should we. In the private sector, it certainly is a thing around goodwill and reputation, which doesn't have a value on it. But in the public field, in the public sector, we need to elevate those social and cultural values. So the GM is correct in saying that it's finding that right balance, and it's working within that quadruple bottom line, which is, for those that don't know, is getting that balance around environment, economy, society, and community. I mean, it's interesting that some interesting things about the tourist data there. Yeah, I just feel that this is a better balance for preserving that triple bottom line of the environment, listening to the community, getting that trust back, negotiation, all the intent around good community consultation, engagement, and active listening, and preserving the character of that caravan park and the Crown Reserve and the village, and preventing overdevelopment.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Your light was on, Councillor Butterfield.
Sorry.
You can't speak to anything.
No, I'm not speaking to anything.
Question.
I just want to, because I can't find it, I can't remember because so far back after before lunch. What part did we amend with for Councillor Wyatt?
It's on the screen.
2B.
2B.
Okay, it was just moving the disabled cabin to a better site. So, is there any dissent with the motion before us? No dissent. I declare it carried. I'm now procedural motion, please. Because of the time, I've asked the General Manager and Mr. Thorogood to come up with a list of things that are essential that we deal with today. And if we can get to them, the three reports, 11.1, 11.2 and 11.3, may or may not be on our agenda today because we have to finish by 4. So we need to go to 10.13, which is, and outdoor dining next. So I need a mover that be the procedure. Councillor Ferguson, thank you. That'll be the order. And it's not. It's up on the screen, Councillor Patterson. These are the order we're going to deal with to try and get through the essential agenda items, and then we can deal with the other ones. And the other ones could be deferred to the next council meeting. So Councillor Saul has moved that be the procedure. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? No dissent. We're going to 10.13. 12.3 is in the consent confidential.
Mr. Mayor, I declare that interest and I believe in the room for 10.13.
Yeah.
I'll be downstairs.
Yes, we'll call you back at that point. Okay. 10.13 is the one on outdoor dining. And it happens to be on page 108, councillors. The recommendations there. Do we have a mover, Councillor Ring? And a seconder, Councillor Patterson? Councillor Ring?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at this motion, and as a person that moved back to the region, I think it's really important that we try to increase the vibrancy of our CBD and try and do what we can to help our businesses thrive. And do what we can to make our CBD more livable. We've done lots of different things like our laneways, and Smith Street does look great. And I think, especially since we've widened footpaths and things like that, and when I'm walking down the street to go get lunch or go to the bank, it's really nice to be there in the middle of the day and see people enjoying the amenities that we have. So I ask my fellow councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Whittington?
Thank you very much. I agree, Councillor Ring. I think this is a really good initiative to continue the moratorium. This is across the whole Shire, and especially from Southwest Rox's point of view, it's trying to get out of COVID, trying to get out of a whole range of economic constraints, to have a lovely cafe to sit outside to enjoy yourself. I think this is a really good initiative, and I know we're in financial difficulties, but the amount of money that would come from outdoor seating is really, to me, negligible compared to the benefit it brings to the community and the visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with this as well. I think it's a to echo Councillor Ring and Rinnington's comments. I think it's great walking down there, seeing people use the cafes, and the extra seating obviously provides extra customers to come in, therefore increases their revenue. Yeah, and I think it's, at the moment, the way it's all set up, it looks really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Bain because I'll be speaking against the motion. And it's okay if I'm the only one because sometimes you are like that. I was on the council when we put this moratorium in place. Previously, there was a moratorium only for Smith Street cafes, and I moved the amendment that we do it for the whole Shire, and we left it till 2024, so it's been in place for 6 years. It was in place before that because of the bypass, but to me, we have something like 23 outdoor dining areas in the Shire at this time. I'm not too sure, and we actually have an issue with how much would that money or those outdoor areas bring in if they were all able to keep operating. And I'm thinking if in the realm of $5,000 to $10,000. I've got no idea the exact numbers because we would have to assess how many square metres or how many chairs, and we're not too sure how that would be assessed. So to me, it's a chance to raise some money in a hard financial situation. It's not a great amount of money. And to me, we were promised back in, and this might upset Councillor Patterson, but I do remember it well, that if we put the cinema in, we were going to activate and let Central Kempsey visitors, and people would come from everywhere because there was a cinema and there wouldn't be empty shops. Since 2009, December, there's more shops empty, and I don't see any activation of Central Kempsey because there's a cinema. So to me, if the business case is there for this cafe owners to have outdoor dining and they do it properly, people will still come even though they have to pay an annual charge. And I don't think it will be a great amount of money. It would be something like $400 a year. But it would be money from 20 businesses to keep those outdoor dining. So it's a potential to keep going, but it's not saying we won't have outdoor dining. It's just saying you can contribute to the fact that the streets are being cleaned and it is in a public space. Those footpaths are public spaces. So thank you, and that's my view, and I don't need to have any support. You can vote your way. Councillor White, Councillor Bain, and then Councillor White, please.
I'd like to speak in support of the motion. Muttingby, Mr Mayor. I'd like to speak in support of the motion. I think there are difficult financial times, and I understand, that it's important that we generate income, but it's also important that we have that that feel in the streets. And I dine outside at Southwest Rocks. I'm regularly in Smith Street, and it's just a great place to be sitting and talking as people come past and have a yarn. It's a really, really, it adds value. We do have it is an existing business that recently changed ownership. It's now under First Nations ownership and by a First Nations businessman. And I know that they're barely breaking even in the new business trade. And I think supporting small business is good for our community. And there's enough empty shops. We don't need any more. Thank you.
Councillor White, please.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Bain, but I'd also like to, for perhaps a slight different reason, I would like to give a shout out to the people involved in the Ready Macleay communities. One of those themes is activating the CBD. I've been along to a couple of meetings, not as many as I would like, and there's a group of people in that CBD. Mainly some business women and the person I think that you've mentioned, and they are trying to activate the CBD in the community's interest and their interest. And I know that council have offered some support but that is business people driven to activate their CBD. And I just want to give a shout out to those people and those businesses. Hopefully you're listening, and also the Ready Macleay communities. And so for that reason, because they are already investing their volunteer time to activate the CBD, and also from what Councillor Bain said, I support this motion.
No other lights on. Councillor Ring, would you like to close the debate, please?
I had my light on.
I didn't see your light. I'm sorry. I apologise, Councillor Ring. I did see the light on my left. Anthony Patterson, you weren't the light on the hill. You might the light on the left.
You might like what I've got to say. There you go.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson.
I was on the council that was part of the restructure of downtown Smith Street. Part of we're looking to make Kempsey a place to be, a place to come, a place to enjoy. You know, part of that was actually putting new streetscape, new parking angles, extra parking. Unfortunately, the wrong type of instalment pavements had happened. Unfortunately, at the time, and still going on today, there is businesses out there that are having trouble and having issues with that, because council are doing a fantastic job with addressing that by moving along and doing it just on the weekends when there's less traffic around, less foot traffic. Supporting our local businesses by stopping in, and we might go to Better Electrical for shopping, and then we go to the health food cafe across the road to have a cup of tea, and then we go to Coastline Credit Union and sit out the front while we worry about the money we don't have in the bank. You know, to be part of a community that has outdoor dining, you know, when you drive along Belgrave Street and you look in the side there where Lou's Cafe is, and it's a great aspect there. You know, these businesses are guys that are having trouble with dealing with huge increases in electricity. We're talking electricity bill. I know of one shop paying $14,000 per electricity bill. We're looking at a number of those businesses trying to get staff that will work on those weekends. Hospitality industry is working when everyone else is not, and that's a very hard thing. You know, when they set up their chairs, they will look after that part of the. I mean, council does street cleaning, etc., but they clean and clean that area that they utilise, and they also, when they pack up, they clean it. You know, so I can't see. You know, this is one hat on, other hat off. You know, I can't see the benefit of us putting in fees for something that we've watched grow. We need to keep it growing. At no stage do I think that doing so is going to do anything but give a positive aspect to our community, where people can come into the town and set up a business. And that's when you're setting up, when you have most of your costs, that one of their costs isn't just putting chairs outside, that hopefully you'll get patrons to come along to. You know, I'd love to see council, through their commercial business side, try and work with the chamber to try and get Thursday night shopping, and even Saturday afternoon, Saturday night shopping going in our community to revitalise it. So the cinema was part of it. The cinema isn't the all and end. Us as councillors make decisions that make our community, our township, including Crescent Head, Southwest Rocks, Hathead, Stewart's Point, you know, Smithtown, Willawarren, Bellbrook, all those places, which make all those places interesting and a place to go to. So I do not support reintroducing the fees, and I support the recommendation that council continues the moratorium on fees and charges, commercial use of the footpath and areas.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Now, Councillor Ring, you've closed debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to close debate.
Thank you. I like the shortness of your speech. Well done. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? I can do that and lose. It's fine. It's how democracy works. Thank you for the debate and thank you for your input. Yes, we need Councillor Saul back. Thank you, Councillor. So the next item we have is 12.3. It's a tender and it has to be dealt with in confidential. So I can ask all people in the public gallery to vacate for this time, please. Yeah. You've moved that motion. Councillor Riddington has moved that we go into confidential. Right, you're back, Councillor Saul. You'll be surprised at the result. No, I can't tell you. So Councillor Riddington has moved we go into confidential. I need a seconder. That's Councillor Ring. Thank you. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. We now are in confidential and we're dealing with 12.3. Must be dealt with today. It's a tender. We now come to item 10.4, the Community Advisory Group at Crescent Head.
Excuse me, can I just ask a question procedurally? Can we have those numbers put up again that we're addressing one by one, please?
Yeah, we're going to Rosedale now.
Are we?
I think it'd be better if we went to the Crescent Head thing and did that first.
Just explain.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Could you listen? I've had a discussion with the General Manager about this and the reason for it.
Yeah.
So we're not going to 10.4 right away for a very good reason, Councillor. Mr. General Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the reason we've actually put those in order, these are all time imperative reports. So the other items that aren't on this list initially can wait till the next meeting or to an adjourned meeting. If council doesn't make some decision on the tender, we needed to make a decision on the outdoor dining, on the tender because they're time limited. Likewise with this, if council doesn't make some form of decision on this today, it exposes council to a deemed refusal straight away. So they're all time imperative. And the others can wait. If we get through this, we then move on to those and actually deal with them today anyway.
Okay. Councillor Whittington, you understand? Yes.
Sorry, are we back on to?
Yes, so the motion that has been suggested, and someone can deal with it, is on the screen now, that council deal with the following items concurrently.
Yes.
So instead of having to deal with each of the DAs separately, we'll deal with them as one lot. And we need a mover, Councillor Bain. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Whittington. And Councillor Whittington, you can.
We're doing the procedural motion, aren't we? To put them in as a job lot?
Oh, that's a procedural motion? Okay, thank you. I thought that's what we were moving. Okay, right. So that's a procedural motion we're doing. First up, is there any dissent with having us as a procedure deal with all those DAs straight up as one? No dissent. I declare it carried. And here's the suggested resolution to bring them all together under one motion. There it is. That Council 1 adopts all the recommendations in all those DAs. 2, notes that the proposed development is of the character that Council does not support in this area. 3, notes that there is no valid planning grounds for refusal of these developments. And 4, notes that the Council is continuing to lobby for local councils in New South Wales to be given appropriate planning powers to meet the needs of their communities. So 2, 3 and 4 kind of comes out of the debate we had in the briefing, or not a debate, the points that were raised in the discussion. Yep. So if you are prepared to move that motion, Councillor Whittington. Seconder, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I support the grouping of these particular DAs, I do note that the proposed development is of a character that Council does not support in this area. However, I still think it may be, I'm sorry, I always usually in any planning decision support Council staff and their expertise, but I don't know that there hasn't been tested the valid planning grounds for the refusal of these developments. I also note that we would definitely strongly lobby for local councils to be given appropriate planning powers, because this to me is an absolute nightmare just waiting to happen. As I've said previously, I think this is development by stealth. If you have restrictive covenants that people pay for and invested their hard-earned money in, their dream home, and the next stage of that particular development is set out for sale, it's purchased, there's individual lots, and then you have dual occupancies. proposed for approval on those lots, then I think it really flies in the face of the Southwest Rocks character statement, and I think that's noted in point 2. But also, I think with developers coming in to purchase land like this, to get around the planning, and I do think it's getting around, and I'm sorry if that might upset some people, but too bad, that you have a loophole of a strata title that doesn't have a limit on the size of the block for a dual occ. In any other way, if it was Torrens title, it would. But with strata titling these particular dual occupancies, there is no way I think staff could probably approve it. However, I believe, out of respect for our community and out of respect for the process, I would really like to put an amendment up, if I may.
Well, you've moved it, so you can.
Good, that's what I would like to do. That we have a full council and staff site inspection of these particular development applications, and I would like to see it happen sooner rather than later, but I would like to see that supported, and I would like to see these particular DA applications move to the July meeting. I understand the ramifications, I really do, and I feel for the staff, I really do, but I think it's about time that council really stood up to the changing character that's supported by our CLEP, but our CLEP is 2013 and it's years out of date, and I congratulate planning for reviewing the CLEP and the variations that will probably need to come to future councils for approval and for the minister's approval. So I would really like to see us have a proper full council site inspection with staff and residents. If they would like to attend, I'd be more than happy for that, on site at a date to be mutually determined, and then we have a report done and come back to the July council meeting, please, because I do think there could be other information out there. I don't know, but I'm willing to suggest that to my fellow councillors for their consideration, please.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Yes, what Councillor Riddington has now moved replaces what's up there. That was the original recommendation, the one that's there. If Councillor Riddington's motion is defeated, this one could be brought back by a foreshadowed motion. So,
Number 3, please.
yes. Do you want to talk about deemed refusal?
Yeah.
So, thank you, Councillor Riddington, for your motion. We do need to be aware of the legal thing, so I'm going to ask the General Manager to talk about the possibility of deemed refusal. Now, Mr.
Thank you very much for that.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll actually throw to Mr. Jackson, who has a bit more of a planning background than me to outline this one.
Right. Mr. Jackson.
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. Deferring these applications does bring us into the territory of a deemed refusal. Obviously, that's in the hands of the developers as to whether they wish to pursue that cause. We know some developers will go to that immediately, and others will delay and work with council to seek a better working relationship. So, by deferring this, we do open ourselves up to that, and there are a number of different developers in these 6, so we may get different results according to each developer.
And what flows on if it becomes deemed refusal, Mr. Jackson? What's the consequence for council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the consequence would be that we need to defend the reasons for this being refused. In court, the developer will take it to court, and the court will rule on whether or not it can be approved, and will approve it and direct us to issue approvals.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Bain.
So just a procedural one and a statement. What happened to 3 and 4 on there?
Well,
You want them
they
removed?
were no longer relevant. They're no longer relevant, Councillor Wyatt. If we're deferring,
Okay, don't worry. I'll just. Okay, tell me. No. Okay.
Councillor Wyatt,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have a
sure.
question?
Yeah, I have a question. Yes, please.
Yes.
Just for the benefit of the community and to really reiterate, can Director Jackson please explain, number one, what is the variation that this DA has come to councillors for approval? Number two, outline a summary of a covenant, the rules, the regulations, and the enforcement. And number three, I'll come back to number 3.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Starting, they've come here because of 2 things. One is the exceptions to the DCP. It's not an LEP, and the other is due to the public interest. So the number of submissions that we received, and that's primarily the cause that these were brought here. The developments are fully in line with the Kempsey Local Environment Plan, so there are no variations proposed, and we're not reporting any variations against the Local Environment Plan. The Local Environment Plan is the legislated piece of the legislated planning instrument. The DCP is more of a guide. So the DCP has 3 clauses that some of these are sort of amended in each, varied in each of these DAs to different degrees. The clauses are written in 2 ways. One is the desired outcome, which is the statement of what we're trying to achieve. And then there are specific measurements or figures given which denote a way to achieve that. So it is up to the developer to either, and they can mix and match for clauses, determine whether they're going to strictly meet the recommended method or the suggested method of meeting those desired outcomes, or make a proposal to council to be assessed that they have met those desired outcomes through a different way. So that's what's been done in this case. They've argued, and it's been assessed that have we or have we not met the desired outcomes regarding site area density, the driveway crossing widths, and the site frontages, and have they met the objective of the clause and given the best possible outcome in each instance. I think is that sufficient for the first part of the question? Yep. Second part was regarding covenants. Yes, so covenants, there are a number of different covenants sometimes, and covenants can be applied by different parties, often either utilities, council, or developers, probably the main parties, or neighbours. You have covenants with your neighbours to allow them certain rights. In this instance, the covenants that are being referred to are developer-driven covenants. So the developer has said you won't have dual occupancies. The developer has said you will use certain materials, certain colours, and achieve certain names according to the developer. In this instance, the developer applied all of those covenants to the first stage of the development, which was, as one of the residents said last night, over 16 years ago. They did not apply those covenants to the residual lot. So when they did the first stage of the subdivision, they carved out those sort of 18 or so lots on Rosedale Avenue. They allowed space for future, but it was still one big lot. When they sold that lot, it did not have those covenants on it, and the new developer didn't seek to apply them. Council does not have the power to actually enforce other covenants. It's up to the person who has those covenants. So, for instance, a developer, if they're selling piece by piece, might have a covenant that says they're not going to pay for their half of the fencing. So developers have lots of covenants in place during the sale process, and they don't necessarily move on. So if one of the current residents in Rosedale Ave was to want to knock down their house and build a dual occupancy, we would assess it against the LEP and the DCP, but not against developer covenants. Only the developer can take those covenants to any sort of action or pursue them.
Councillor Wyatt, that it?
No.
Oh, that's an interesting bit about that it's not even considered when a development is put forward. But that's not my question. My question is maybe it's futuristic, but what provisions exist to place restrictions on the subdivision in the first instance?
Your business need a website.
So in the first instance, so might say, what provisions exist in the first instance to place restrictions on a subdivision? For example, I got 100 hectares, I want to subdivide. Is there any provisions that say for council to say, yes, you can subdivide, this is the rules, but it's single story, single house properties? Can you put that on land
Mr.
in this subdivision
Jackman?
approval?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially, the rules applicable to the lot of land that you're going to subdivide, you would need to be rezoning it from your 100 acres down to whatever form of residential or whatever form of development you're allowing. And from that point forward, essentially at the subdivision stage, you're laying out the road network, the servicing, landscape buffers, etc. But you're not actually getting a DA for what goes on each lot. So at that point, you're very much in the realms of what is permissible through that zone. So if it's a RE1 zone, an R1 zone, all of the things that are in the LEP would be permissible either with or without consent according to the rules.
Okay, thanks for that. So that's it. It's either with or without consent in the local environment plan. Copy that.
Councillor Bain and then Councillor Riddington, you're only asking questions now. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm again reluctant about this one, but it's again, the decision has to be based on the evidence, and it's the DCP, and as I've learnt last night in the briefing, the Development Control Plan is a guide. The LEP is the legislated. DCP can be changed. The LEP is the legislative document, and if we're going to turn this down, even though I absolutely agree that that there are community concerns, then we are going to lay ourselves open to costs in the Land and Environment Court. If we defer it and it's a deemed refusal, then we're going to lay ourselves the costs of the Land and Environment Court, where my understanding is the likelihood is that we would, without a planning legislative reason to refuse it, we can't. I absolutely understand the speaker at the public forum who bought his property and developed his property in good faith with the covenant saying that it would not be dual occupancy, and that he believed that that was going to be the case for the whole subdivision. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and as Director Jackson said, the developer can put a covenant on, and there was no covenant. When I originally read this, I thought, oh, hang on, who removed this covenant? Where did it go? But it wasn't there. There was never a covenant over the residual undeveloped lots. So I understand the pain and the concern of the residents. However, I think as a decision-making body, we're in a position where we actually, I don't believe that we can say no to this. And I understand concerns about traffic, but that again was addressed. I mean, there was discussion of, if there's lots of people living there and they're parking on both sides of the street, there won't be room for garbage trucks and fire engines and ambulances and all of that. But those things occur in Sydney. I mean, if you go to Sydney, walk down the street in Leichhardt or Balmain, there's these narrow little laneways that have got streets and parking on, and they manage. So unless there's a legislative guideline, we can't change it. So where we can change it is when it comes to the review of the local environment plan in the future, as a future facing. I don't believe that we can change what exists in legislation, and so I will not be supporting the amendment, I'm afraid, but I would support and I thank staff for putting together the original motion, which I think clearly states our position and gives us a way forward without putting us at risk of ending up with legal costs in the Land and Environment Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, you have a question?
Thank you.
And
I
then Councillor
appreciate that. My question is, in your normal experience and your expertise, if you're doing, say, medium to like low density, because I know this is probably qualified as medium density, but would you have thought that a subdivision would have been planned around dual occupancies for infrastructure, for roads in the first instance, rather than sell single plots of land and have them retrofitted?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, the initial underlying assumption in planning is of a single dwelling per lot. However, you know, the factors are put in through infrastructure, etc., to allow for the unexpected and levels of growth. So I guess at the point when this was done, and you know, acknowledging the subdivision goes back 16 plus years, the assumption would probably not have been for a large amount of dual occupancy, but certainly in the last 10 years, and certainly in the Sydney market, Western Sydney, where I was based prior to this, lot sizes and the types of dwellings, the diversity of dwellings and the sort of market has definitely shifted, and people are really pushing away from large lots, single dwellings, or even single dwellings on large lots. So much smaller lot sizes than what this community is used to. But certainly, you know, in Western Sydney, you know, the traditional home of the quarter-acre lot, they don't exist. You know, people are buying lots at 300 square metres and thinking that's a big house. There's a lot of house on that lot, but that's what they're doing. So the market is changing, and I guess, yeah, community expectations are changing to some extent, whether that's to the level that we're used to here or that we expect here. But certainly people coming into the market, if they've moved up from Sydney or come down from Brisbane, for instance, they would not be looking at this in any sort of new suburbs in their areas and go, this is outrageous. They'd be like, okay. So yeah, it is much more common. Probably when this development was set out, you know, 16 plus years ago, it wouldn't have been expected, but certainly now it is far more common, and it is somewhat of a market expectation.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager wants to add some extra advice to that question.
Yeah, just for council, so you're also aware that some of these are 3-bedroom, some are 4-bedroom in this. So a developer could actually come into these and put a 6, 7 or 8-bedroom 2-storey house on one of these blocks. So you end up with exactly the same number of bedrooms, same demand in terms of cars and things like that. That could be done by a private certifier, wouldn't need to meet the DCP requirements or anything like that either, and council would have absolutely no say in it. So at least in this process at the moment, well, you're not having to say you can, because from a planning perspective, you know, we can't find a way out of it. But you could have basically the same result by simply putting 6, 7 or 8-bedroom 2-storey house on these blocks.
Can I move a procedural motion? Or can I make
Thank you. Yes, so it's still got a speaker and Councillor Patterson. What's your procedural motion?
I'd just like to foreshadow that if this, I didn't understand this is not an amendment, this is the original motion. So I'd like to foreshadow that if this is defeated, that we go back to the original motion.
That's what would happen. Okay. Yep. Yes. Yeah. So foreshadowed. We'll come back to the original one that was put up by staff. Thank you, Councillor Bain. That's foreshadowed, so we can deal with that if we defeat this one, or if we support it, it becomes the resolution. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I'll talk a bit about this. I support the amendment. I support the site inspection. In council, I've been to a number of those over the years. The site inspections we had at Baker Street out at Crescent Head was needed because of a development out there. We really understood the development when we were there as councillors, so that helped us in our next stage of planning and our next stages of understanding the development. You know, the presentation last night given by the residents of Rosedale, you know, that this is just quoting some stuff about this presentation. This presentation hopefully educated councils why the community aware of the planned development in Rosedale Avenue with potential of a full street dual occupancy in the section of the Rosedale Avenue and the Seascape and Seascape Grove. Regardless of the covenants and no longer apply, that they no longer apply with the new developer changing the DA and its conditions for the estate. Planning and management must be considered when approving these developments. It should be Kempsey Shire Council's care of duty to do so. As mentioned, in these dwellings do not comply. So why are they being considered for approval? Why are the dual occupancy dwellings being submitted in one street? Why is Kempsey Shire Council engaging outside sources? I sort of know that the answer to that question about these approvals, and why not doing it themselves? Why is Kempsey Shire Council allowing dual occupancy in the Seabreeze estate when clearly the covenants do not permit it and they're not allowed? Why are so many dual occupancy built in South West Rocks when there's clearly no demand? When the major demographic of South West Rocks is retirees, this is proven with the fact that they are not being fulfilled by renters as there are multiple vacancies. Why does Kempsey Shire Council design and make these rules if they don't follow them? That's a question from the residents that we need to address. Does Kempsey Shire Council not see that if they're bend the rules for compliance and design, and these big companies, this will allow future development and developers to do the same in the future? Are Kempsey Shire Council in charge of these approvals, or is it outside the sources dictating with what is being approved? Is the state government private certifiers influencing these, these, as a ratepayer and locals of Kempsey Shire, we have sent all the documents in to Mr. Jackson and myself. This is a community speaking. The council meeting last night outlining all the issues and non-compliance with the dwellings according to 2.1 side by side from New South Wales Planning, Kempsey Shire Council C1 residential development document. This is the residents. We urge all councillors as to ask for a copy to do some homework for themselves. All this information was sent to everyone prior to the meeting. In the email, there are a plan of 11 sites with X marked, the proposed dual occupancy sites that are believed that they will be 2 more allocated for dual occupancy, and they are 2 more blocks for the sale, could be potentially the same. South West Rocks infrastructure is under extreme pressure.
Councillor Patterson, excuse me. Are you reading the whole speech from last night?
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm making commentary on this.
Okay, thank you.
Continue. I've got 5 minutes, sorry. Yeah. So the reality is, as councillors, like I read those things last night to give from the residents out there, to give council the idea and to give council the notion that we need to be councillors. We need to be part of the decision. We need to look and see. Has everyone here in the council room been to this Rosedale Avenue? Has everyone seen and heard from the residents on site? I believe we need a site inspection. I believe we need to be councillors and look at what happens with poor planning, not by just ourselves, but by what Councillor Riddington has stated, that when the site has deemed the smaller, what is it, strata management, that then that throws all the building sites, the small dwelling sites out. We need to to the site, and we need to have a look and talk to the community and understand what poor planning has done to this area. That's what we need to do. And this will show our community that we care about their future.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. There was some number of questions you raised there from last night. I'm wondering if Councillor Mr. Jackson could answer some of them, especially about the idea that Council has bent rules, and I doubt very much we have.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, going back to the top of that, first up the point around the new developer changing the DA and conditions, that didn't happen. As we've established, the covenants were not in place on that block of land. Why are so many dual occupancy dwellings being submitted in the one street? Market forces. The market is speaking. The developers have seen the need and are addressing that. Why are we engaging outside resources? We've had a backlog of DAs for approval. So we have outsourced, and we have mentioned in previous planning performance reports that the Department of Planning offered their flying squad staff to assist. The staff who came up from Newcastle were indeed Department of Planning flying squad staff. However, all of these DAs are then peer reviewed by our own staff. So there's still local review. And it was noted that it was high density development. It is actually low density development. Why are we allowing dual occupancies in Seabury's estate? Again, the covenants are a matter for the developer, and the developer needs to enforce those. Why are so many dual occupancies being built when there's no demand for investor rentals? Again, these developers have obviously a different view compared to Mr. Allen on that matter, as they are investing and they are preparing these properties. Next one, yes. So why do we make these rules if we do not follow them? As has been noted, these are not rules, they are guidelines. There are two different methodologies. One is the desired outcomes, which is a statement of what is trying to be achieved. And then there are other clauses which actually say this is one way you can achieve those. So the developers are not, do not have to follow the rule. They have to follow the intent and the objective. And that's what's occurring in this instance on a couple of these clauses. And that's the same for the next one about why development, whether through large or small developers, are allowed to bend rules. They're not bending rules, they're following the rules. They are taking the option of a desired objective as opposed to a strict metric to meet in particular instances. And there are only between 2 and 3 clauses that they are following that on each of these DAs. Are we in charge of the approvals? And do outside sources dictate what is being approved? To some extent, the New South Wales planning legislation is set up in such a way that the LEP is gazetted by the minister. The minister can change what's in it. So fundamentally, we do have the power to propose our LEP, which we will be going through review. But essentially, the LEP is the legislation. That is the approved item, and it could be argued that New South Wales planning has more say in that than council does. That certainly would be consistent with the intent of planning changes over the past decade or so, with planning panels, etc., and taking powers away from council. But fundamentally, the LEP is our document, even if it can be amended through the state government. So, and then around how many sites could have this, and whether it's okay if we had 1 or 2, but not say 11 as suggested here. It really is that matter of equity. Who gets to decide which ones get in, and where do you draw the line? Who do you say you can have a dual lock, but you cannot? On what basis? So at the moment, it is an equal playing field for all, and to change that would require some probably different zonings or different restrictions to actually create a category which does not permit dual occupancy versus a category which does. And you'd have to be very specific and deliberate in the way that was brought into play, and it would be a difficult one to argue. As for the state government guideline regarding dual occupancies that Mr. Allen showed and sort of raised some points out of, these actually meet those criteria perfectly. They suggest that the minimum frontage should be 15 metres, which all of these are, and they suggest that the strata title methodology, rather than a workaround, is actually suggested in that document as a way to allow these. So in that respect, that document actually fully supports these DAs as opposed to raises issues about how they could possibly be approved. I think that's pretty much covered most of it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if I could quickly speak against it, I would echo Councillor Bain's thoughts and his concerns. I think we all believe that this is, while technically and legally okay, but morally and ethically it's probably not. My concern is with the motion as it stands there. If we go and do a site inspection and we all agree still that that's not right and shouldn't happen, we're going to land back in here in 30 days' time in the same position. We can't change an LEP in 30 days. So that's my concern with that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Then Councillor Bain, the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I do agree with part of this, but I won't support it for the simple reason because, like Councillor Bain and Councillor Ferguson, we're going to end up back at the same point as we are now. We can't change anything. we all agree here that we don't agree with so many dual occupancies in one area. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. The council's hands are tied, and the fact that if we do defer this for another 30 days, we could possibly end up in the Land Environment Court having to pay fees and charges for something that we can't change. Unfortunately, I feel for the residents out there and even council themselves, because no one here really agrees with it, but it is what it is, and we can't change it. So there's no point throwing good money after bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
3 very quick questions. Do we have an opportunity to ask the developer to create a park or a garden space and green spaces? What would the potential cost of a deemed refusal of Land and Environment Court be? And is the LEP review the appropriate time to do a proper job in protecting our community?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
I can possibly answer the first and third. The first one of, can the developer be asked to produce a park? Essentially, the original development would have included the allocation of parklands or any contributions towards that. So at this point, we're assuming the developers have purchased developable lots with a dwelling entitlement, and so no, it would be unlikely that we could. Obviously, you can, but whether the developer would take you seriously is a different question. I'd suggest not. The second one about the legal fees involved in a challenge, I'll leave to Dan, but the third one was, sorry, is the LEP review the time to do this? Yes, it is. LEP and also the DCP, but as we've established, the DCP is more of a guide. However, the elements within that LEP framework will possibly always lead to the point that a dual occupancy is permitted, because on the broader New South Wales planning legislation it is, so we would have to be quite difficult task to get it in to specifically remove it as an option within an area where it is permissible.
Thank you. Mr. Farragut, could you give us some legal advice, please?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, not legal advice, but advice about legal matters.
Yes.
I obviously can't tell you what any particular proceedings that may occur might cost us. It depends on how long the proceedings carry on for, how much back and forth there is, how many court hearing dates, etc., so forth. As a general rule of thumb, we allow $30,000 to $40,000 for any matter once it's litigated, and most matters that get to a defended hearing will end up landing in that range.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, and then Councillor Riddington, and then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question, if I may, please. A question to the General Manager or the Director. We're discussing Rosedale. There's other lots there. Is Council aware of any other DAs coming up of similar stature in future?
Thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The residents have raised with us that they believe there could be upwards of 20 lots in this vicinity purchased by one of these developers. So that is an option, it's potential. We haven't seen those DAs, so we can only deal with what's in front of us. And certainly another matter's been raised at a different part of Southwest Rocks where several dual occupancies have been put through with the covenants, etc., in place. I believe those people are speaking to that developer to deal with that in the first instance.
Mr. Mayor, the question had been, we may be again in time to come. The next council may be having to deal with that situation down the track.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington.
I will wait till I close. Thanks.
Okay, so you can only ask questions at this time. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I just wanted a follow-up question about the playground. So in the original development approval for the subdivision, there may have been a requirement for a park. Does that then still stand with the properties that have been sold? Like who is responsible for that park and putting it in? So does that make sense? So if the land is this big and have only done stage 1 and stage 2 and 3 aren't, and then they sell stage 2, like who is responsible for putting in that park, and does that still stay with the land for on selling it?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of parts of that. One is, yes, if there is a requirement for a park as part of an approved development for the overall development, then that would be carried with the land if that whole portion of a development has been sold off to another developer. However, the concept of pocket parks has fallen out of favour in planning, and they're assets that are quite labour intensive for councils to maintain, and their utilisation, is quite variable over the years of a design. So I hesitate to say the fashion, but the trend, thank you, the trend is to move away from pocket parks. So I suspect in this instance, if there is no park currently allowed or under construction in this general precinct, then there will not be one allowed for, and it will be reliant on other parks in other areas that people can get to via active transport or other methods.
Yeah, thank you. So essentially, it could be other infrastructure. It could be stormwater. It could be an asset protection zone or something. It does stay with that land when it's unsold. Okay, just curious to know. Thank you.
In course, Councillor White, we had a voluntary planning agreement with the developers at Crescent Head to put in a park, and that was a plus. But doesn't happen very often.
That's a good question too, thank you for that. So voluntary, what do you call it? Voluntary planning agreement that stays with the land when it's sold to somebody else.
Mr. Jackson.
Might need to check with Mr. Thorogood, but I would assume it does, because it is related to the development of the approval.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It'll depend on the exact way that the agreement is implemented. Quite often, they will voluntary planning agreements will create a restrictive covenant by council over the property, or a positive covenant where there's a benefit to be provided, and they will generally carry with the land. Often they will have a deed, though, which goes further than that, which will be between council and the developer. They usually contain a clause that if the development changes hands, we need to consent to that and enter into a deed with the acquiring developer.
Thank you. That's the last of the people wanting to speak. Councillor Patterson, you have a question?
I got a couple of questions, thank you. For the record, do these DAs go through a traffic study in relation to concentration of dual occupancies for the safety aspect of the residents that live in that area?
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, all DAs get assessed on a number of criteria, including traffic impacts, and so traffic and parking are two matters which are very, very much covered off during the assessment process.
Couple more. Will residents, will they have a comeback on council if they have issues dealing with congestions related to safety in these areas?
Mr. Jackson.
No, we don't believe so. The street has functioned with 18 houses on it for the past 15 plus years, and so and it's a local road, as was stated in the reports. It meets the requirements for the width of the street. The safety of the street is not going to be compromised by having some more houses at the end of that street, and council won't be held liable unless there was gross negligence on some part. Now, the street and the designs are all in accordance with the planning legislation and the engineering standards applicable, Ausroads, etc. And the subdivision itself would have gone through the traffic committee all those years ago, as well as expert review before it was approved with that road layout and those road widths.
Councillor Patterson.
Will residents of these dual occupancies, will they have restrictions put on them of how many cars they can own, what size cars they can own, how many possible cars and trailers, etc., are going to possibly occupy either side of these tiny blocks?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No. There's throughout the life of a household, car numbers go up and down as children may drive, or people may or may not have licences or get second vehicles. So that fluctuates right across the LGA, and there are no planning controls which address people's rights to own vehicles.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. You completed your questions. No further debate. We're putting the amendment or the motion that Councillor Riddington's put up. and
Yeah, I've
Councillor
got my light on.
Riddington speaks to it, and then we will vote. Thank you. And we have a foreshadowed motion, councillors, if it's defeated. Thank you, Councillor.
Who foreshadowed that one?
Councillor Bain.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bain.
He foreshadowed the original recommendation
Sorry,
from start.
yeah, I was lost in the translation. Okay, I'm thinking in a lot of cases, a council really needs to represent its constituency, and it really needs to respect the constituency, and I've always tried to do that. I would really, really urge us to do a site inspection just so that we can do our due diligence. We can see for ourselves what the impact of these dual occupancy DAs could bring to the residents and to the associated areas. It's not as if Southwest Rocks is struggling for area. There's plenty of land. I don't really understand why we have to have dual occupancies at the amount that this is put forward. I understand that there is a need for affordable and social housing interspersed with residents. I understand that, and really I support it. But the number of these and the actual proposal maybe down the track of another 20 blocks with another two dual occupancies on it is really quite daunting. There is only one road in and one road out. I'm very concerned about an emergency and have been for ages. I've raised these issues before. There is no plan at the moment to connect Hillier Parade to Bell O'Connor. The infrastructure, I think, as we talked about yesterday, the sewerage is fine, and thank you, Mr. Trotter. The thing is, the infrastructure around that is not fine. What we have is a huge conglomerate of cheap by jowl houses that are being proposed and have been already built, like, for example, the Links and the other associated areas in the middle part of Southwest Rocks. I do not support the previous motion. I support this one. We really need to have a look. We need to satisfy ourselves and our constituents that we are listening, and we do listen, and we are going to come out and have a look. And then we can make a proper decision. And if the developers want to work with us, I'm really happy to do that too. If they would like to come, I don't see the point of immediately having lawyers at 50 paces. I would really like to work in consultation. However, I'm really strong on this and I won't back down from it.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. We'll now put the motion that's on the screen. Is there any dissent? Six, 3, it's defeated. We now come to Councillor Bain's foreshadowed motion.
Look, I think we've discussed this enough. I absolutely support 2, 3 and 4. I mean, and
you're speaking to it already. You're moving it. I need a second to straight up. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Bain.
Martin Green, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think most of us have been covered. We haven't got the planning. There's no valid planning reason to oppose it, so we have to suck it up. Sorry for the colloquial term, but we have to swallow this one and adopt the recommendations in the following reports. And I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Bain, I'll ask Mr. General Manager on this. Can we put anywhere in there that we object to private certifiers not reporting to council? Is there a review of private certifiers going on, or should there be?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, you can put something like that, but the certifiers do tell us what they've done, but they don't have to tell us before they're doing it.
Yes, I know.
It's part of the planning system. I think it actually relates more to point 4 that's already there. It's something in the lobbying for us to actually have the appropriate powers. It would be, whether you actually bring that private certifiers back into council or not. Okay. It'd be part of that lobbying.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Riddington, you wish to speak on the motion before us?
Yeah, I'm speaking against it. My thinking is there a possibility, or Councillor Bain, considering in 3, noting that there is no current valid planning grounds for refusal of these developments, because I want it open, because this is going to come and haunt us.
I accept that amendment.
Thank you. So the word current, not the dried grape, is in there. That's a joke, by the way.
Huh? Is it?
You're talking race.
No. I'm sorry, but I'm not in a very good humorous
Thank
mood.
you. Councillor Bain has accepted that. Any further speakers? You're still speaking?
Yeah, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, you all know my thoughts. I'm really strong on it. I still think that even though there are no current planning grounds, there may be an argument. I don't know. I'd like some time to do it, but I'm not obviously allowed that at the moment. Thanks very much, councillors. So I'm very strongly against it. So thanks.
Thank you. I'll wait Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Butterfield, and then Councillor White. Order of speaking. So Councillor Patterson, please.
After the previous amendment was lost, I still feel that council needs to understand the repercussions of such planning. Many years ago, we're going back 25 years ago, when the entrance to South West Rock was all 10 houses. There was people complaining about that. I thought then, as council, we would learn from that. We would plan for the future. We're inviting people to come in our community to look for value, look for investment and a surety. These people, a lot of people, their biggest expense in their life is their house that they live in. It is the surety that they bought into developments that have covenants. We need, and I think, I don't know if this goes far enough. The current motion up there notes that council is continuing to lobby council in New South Wales appropriate planning powers for communities. We need to have something, and whether council can pick this up in there, we need to have something that identifies that covenants are not long-term. If people are buying into areas and spending their whole life savings on building these houses because of the covenant, they need to be educated that it's only while that current developer owns it. Here it says, notes that council continuing to lobby, notes that there is no valid planning grounds for refusal, notes that the proposed development. Well, I would like, I don't know, wordsmithing, if there's a number 5 that could be added to this, that council can educate purchasers of land that covenants are only as existing as long as the current developer. Like, here you have very smart people who have business lives, have moved to this area and purchased in relation to that fact. They're not silly people.
No.
We need to work something into our system that expresses that they're not buying into a surety. They're buying into the existing plans at the time. You know, I don't know if we could wordsmith anything in there that would be a number 5 that notes that purchasers are entering into
like covenants can't be on-sold.
Yeah. Covenant on the land should be what's the word for?
Oh, what, in perpetuity?
In perpetuity.
I don't know that you could do that.
Oh,
well, we'll get the advice from Mr.
I'm just looking for something, because I just think this is just a little bit weak, in a sense that, and I'm not saying that against anyone who put that up there at all. I'm just saying that we need to make a stand that this doesn't happen, to people that spend their life savings to live next door to dual occupancies, even though they've spent X amount of dollars building their dream home without the assurance of a covenant that's non-existent.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. The question there, Councillor, Mr. General Manager might be able to give us advice.
Yes, I agree with Mayor. I don't believe we can add a 0.5. That would be introducing something that is totally new business. It's also, there's the old
Caveat emptor.
the old saying that buyer beware.
Yeah.
You know, it is up to buyers to be aware of what is actually happening and what's going on with the purchases that they actually make in those areas. And I think we also need to be careful about how we're framing the language we're using in relation to building next to dual occupancies. There's lots of dual occupancies have fantastic families and people in them, and we just need to be very careful of the language we're using around having a build, people spending their life savings and then having a dual occupancy come next to them. That's pretty thin ice.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. We're going to have Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Ring, and then Councillor Riddington again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, like I totally agree with Councillor Patterson and Councillor Riddington, and also what the General Manager said, how we word this. We do need to try and make, sorry, very croaky day. We do need to make sure that if you want to live, build, own in an estate, which, as I said, just in Brisbane, I recently witnessed that went on for hectares, as far as I can see. If that's what you want, that's great. But if you're purchasing and buying in an area which 90% of the estate is the same, and that's why you move there, because that's the type of lifestyle you want to live in, that's great. And I don't see how, and we need to be able to change this somehow, that you just don't, I know you can't sort of differentiate. There could be great people living in dual occupancy, nothing to do with the people that are living in there. It is living in a nice sort of open area, which you think you're going to grow up in, and all of a sudden, 12 months later, 3 or 4 months later, you're living in, we're living in a place that you really didn't think you would be in. As to me, it's just personal choice where you want to live in. Some people are happy with that, but these people have spent a lot of money buying into an area which they were happy to live and raise their children in, and I just don't agree that these things can just pop up and do this to people's lifestyles and the way of life they want to live. We need to be able to change it, and how we can word that in there, and if we can move forward in some way, that's got to happen. It's just, I feel for the families. It's terrible. It's a way of lifestyle. It's like people at Bowell and Warren. They bought they bought up there for the open areas. That's the lifestyle they want to live. If people want to live in a crowded and overpopulated area, that's what they go for. And I just don't think you should be able to change an estate the way these fellas have.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. I suggest that it's a new family moves next door to you, and the teenage daughter is a drummer that wants to practice all the time. That's viable. We can't actually stop the drummer. Councillor Wyatt, please, you were next to speak.
I support the conversations and the discussion from Councillor Riddington and Councillor Patterson as well. I'm fully aware of the legal issues here, the planning issues here. Like, I love environmental law and planning. I think we need to apply these rules much tighter. I think it's all, what I can see in my experience at this table is there's so many loopholes to planning, just so many, and can't wait to see a much tighter local environment plans. There's so many loopholes that need to be tightened up. I remember when I was at university doing my Masters of Environmental Law, it was a table like this, half on one side, half on the other, and the lecturer, who was a Land and Environment Court judge, said, environmental planning law is all about how to find the bit of information or license to do with what you want to do. And so half of the room just went, oh no. And the other half of the room have gone, oh yeah, beauty. And it just resonates in my head. I think that we need to be much stricter. I don't mean we as in council, I just mean applying the environmental planning law. And I support councillors Riddington and Patterson in rejecting this development proposals. And I thank the staff for putting it together. And I thank Michael Director Jackson for providing that clarity, especially around covenants.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. And just so you're aware of the procedures, if this is defeated, we've got no replacement,
No.
and all those legal ramifications of deemed refusal come into play. So we don't have a foreshadowed replacement if it's defeated. So the next speaker is Councillor Ring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak in favour of this motion, and I understand everyone's different views on it, and there's lots of different arguments. And I think where I most, I guess, empathise with Councillor Patterson and Councillor Riddington is the intent behind these developments, and it's whether the intent is to help our community or to help themselves. But I don't think that we can really answer that from the proposal put in front of us. I think this motion adequately addresses that policy and I guess planning doesn't always reflect equally on metro and regional councils. And it's difficult being a councillor when you're elected to make decisions for the good of your community, but you feel like you maybe can't do that because of planning that is put in place by the state government. I think that there's lots of different arguments, and I absolutely, from my own perspective, I won't accept arguments about transient people or tenancy or who's going to occupy those, who's going to occupy them. But I can understand that maybe the community is worried about the intent. But yeah, that's the end of my debate.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll have a quick say, because you're going to get to close debate, Councillor Redding, as the original mover of the original motion.
Yeah, but I might want to shove something else in there. I might.
It was defeated.
Yeah, it was. That is a new motion.
Oh, Councillor Bain.
You're the one.
I apologise. I've just been corrected.
It's Harper.
It's Councillor Bain. Thank you. My mistake, Councillor Riddington. You get to ask another question, but you can't speak to it. Thank you.
It's about to, and then
I got confused.
Discombobulated.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. This might be off the wall, but you know when I'm saying about there's currently no valid planning grounds for refusal, and like forget the end, I want to put in there about the review of the CLEP. The review of the CLEP is the most important thing, and thank God we had the height of Southwest Rocks sorted out by a variation to the CLEP, which still has not been signed to my knowledge by the Minister. Is that correct? I know I'm off topic, but bear with me. It will make sense. I want to be able to put in there about we are reviewing the CLEP, and the end of that process, I believe, is 2025 June.
Yes, you're moving an amendment that Councillor Bain may accept.
He may or may not.
But we need some further advice on this from the General Manager, who's got new news.
So
bless my
firstly
soul.
on that, it would be entering new business, which I don't believe is acceptable, and it's already Council's position to review the LEP, so I don't think it actually needs to go in there. Just in relation to the heights, I actually got it written on my hand to tell you at the end of the meeting, but now it's been raised, I'll tell you now. We've just been notified today that there have been, from what Council put into the Minister, there have been 3 sites that have actually been changed to go from 8.5 metres to 11 metres. They're the sites at Southwest Rocks Country Club, the Southwest Rocks Surf Club and the Rise Development, and that will be in legislation as of Friday. And that's a decision by the Minister as against to Council's recommendation to them. So back to this topic.
I'm very surprised at that, but thank you, Mr. General Manager. we have no further speakers. Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, Martin B, Mr Mayor. Yes, look, I'm just referring to Councillor Patterson's concern. It is really up to caveat emptor, let the buyer beware to do their own due diligence, and that's the job. That's why we pay solicitors what we pay solicitors to do when we're purchasing property. Absolutely agree with Councillor Riddington. This review of the LEP. Now, I don't know who was on council back in 2013 when this current LEP that we're operating under now was put forward, but maybe that, you know, it's like, but we can't look forward to, you know, it's really difficult when you're doing an LEP 11 years ago to look forward to what situations may arise now. So I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to point the bone or anything like that. And lastly, just to note that there is, for these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots, there is a combined total of, including water and sewer and developer contributions, of $206,000 for, you know, as a developer contribution, which has to be spent in that area for the various things that developer contributions are contained within. Like, it can't be spent, I think someone said last night, to fix potholes in Bellbrook. It's got to be spent in around Rosedale Ave. So there is a slight benefit for council in this, very slight benefit, because the costs go up too. But just taking that finances into consideration, again, I'm very reluctant, but we do need to support this in order not to cost us money in the Land and Environment Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent to the motion before us? There's 3 dissents. I declare it carried 6-3. We now go back to 10.4, which is the advisory group for Crescent Head Community Advisory Group for Crescent Head. So it is Crescent Head one. Page 48, councillors. We actually have one of the nominated people in the public gallery. So we will see if she's accepted in a moment. Would someone like to move this? Councillor Wyatt. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Ring. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yep, thanks. I commend this to councillors. I do want to put in an amendment, please.
Yeah, we're looking at the time, but keep going. Yes.
Yeah, which is the one about including the pathway from Pacific Street to Willow Street. Which, if you want to wordsmith that, I'll just continue with my talking.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
Yep, we did have a briefing the other day about the makeup of this group, and I was really pleased to see that 2 of the panel members were new to staff. So I think that brings a whole other level of independence to evaluate the applications. Like, there's, you know, very little history there. I think it's a really good representation. I'm pleased to see the terms of reference amended following the community feedback to include Willow Street, hopefully Pacific Drive in a sec, Area 9, even though it can't be dealt with until 2027. Yeah, I had a briefing with council, like Craig and Steve, the other day, and I'm thankful for the 30 minutes of your time that we had that discussion as well, because I was trying to sort of make that advocacy point for community, but council came up with that anyway, so that's a good outcome. Yeah, I put together my own summary recently about like the history of Crescent Head, the master plan, the domain plan, the car park issues, and it was 29 pages of a cut and paste just to work out how we got to these points. And I know it's been very complex and very triggering and really stressful and very emotive and not always cordial. And I think that, the foreshore is stunning. You know, it's right up there with any famous international destination around the world, with surfing reserve, golf course, estuary. There's endangered ecological communities there on the headlands and in the floodplains. Heaps of national park, isolated beaches, quaint seaside town, great food, great weather. It's right up there as in terms of an international destination. And, you know, my work is in protected area management. yeah, this place is in desperate need of a facelift, like just desperate. And I think it's worn and stressed out. And I really look forward to seeing where this group goes and takes us. I would love to be a fly on the wall, but I won't be. And I don't think I can be anyway. And I really look forward to the outcome that they bring in 2025. And I thank everyone who applied to be on that reference group. And, you know, sadly, not everybody could be, but I think it's really good. Look forward to seeing what you bring. And can I have a look at that amendment, please? 4A? Correct.
That's the amendment. You happy with that? Thank you very much. Are there any speakers? We've got a mover and a seconder. Councillor Patterson, followed by Councillor Bain. Reminding councillors we have a 4 p.m. cut-off. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of concerns about this. I think the idea is fantastic, but if I read into this at number 3, notes change Crescent Holiday Park concept plan, a Crown land plan of management. I read that very large document, and that document keeps stating that the Crown land management should be managed by the community, being the whole community, not just Crescent Head community, the community who is going to benefit from more Crown lands, which is the whole of New South Wales. My concern is that we don't have any users. We have mostly residents. We don't have users of the holiday parks. I do understand that this went out for exhibition, but my concern is that we're looking at people who don't necessarily use the caravan park because they're local residents. So our biggest user, and I asked this question, I think, through earlier on to one of the council staff, is the number of visitors that Crescent Head Caravan Park has on a yearly basis, approximately. Has anyone got that there?
32,000. I think it was 32 or 36.
Okay, so 32,000. Let's just say that 200 local residents from Crescent Head stay in the caravan park. So where's our other 31,200? Where's a representation of that? They're all the community members of the New South Wales community who it keeps going back to in the Crown land plan of management, that it is the community, New South Wales, that we should have in representation to. So my concern is that we don't have those people in that group.
Yes, but Councillor Patterson, this is about the community advisory group. It's not about the caravan park.
It mentioned.
Yes, but yes, but it's Crown land. But it's not relevant to how many people in Crescent Head stay in the caravan park, because I think there'd be very few. So you actually said possibly 200. Well, it wouldn't matter, would it? No. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bain.
Martin, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour and support of this resolution. I think it's well done. Again, staff and Crescent Head community working together. I think there's a great cross-section of community being represented there, and I welcome that, and I think it's important that the community that live in Crescent Head have input into what happens at Crescent Head, and another fine example of council, community and staff working together. This is what I call leadership. If we look at that quadruple bottom line, that leadership of engaging and inspiring the community. I'm inspired by the community. Thank you very much, everyone. I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. There's no one else wanting to speak. Councillor Wyatt, you would like to close debate?
Close debate.
Thank you very much. Is there any dissent with the motion before us? No dissent. I declare it carried. Where do we go next? 10.5. This is not time sensitive. No. Okay. So 10.5, the council managed Crown land plan of management. It has a huge attachment that has taken many years to write. It's 310 pages, thrilling reading. The recommendations there before you. Do we have a mover, please? Councillor Bain. Seconded, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain. You don't have to use all 5 minutes.
No, I don't. I don't intend to. I just think this is an amazing body of work that's been put together of all of of covering our whole shire. Really, really impressive work, and so obviously I'm supporting this. One of the questions I've been asked was around the surf life saving, the support of the surf life saving, and there's two different. It's referred to in two different documents in two different ways, and I figured out myself actually that even though it is surf life saving is funded by the income from council managed Crown lands, it is accounted for under the general fund. So I believe that's correct. That the council managed Crown land revenue is in the general account, but it is still ring fenced to be used only on Crown lands. Congratulations, team, and I think this is a really good way to move forward and to get clarity for things like the country club and golf course and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt wishes to speak.
I have a couple of questions, please. So first up, I know that it's a high-level overview, and I was expecting a plan of management to be like plans of management for protected areas that I'm used to seeing, with like detailed objectives, policies, management actions for reserves, especially for some of the high conservation values. And there's theme 2 and 4 talk about environment, ecological, and the sort of bushland reserves. So 2 questions I want to know is, what is the process for preparing sort of full plans of management or statement of management intent for those reserves that do contain native vegetation and ecological function? Please, question number 1. Question number 2, that's question number 1. Sorry.
Yep.
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor. The plan of management actually followed the template provided by the state government that we've actually used for this. There is no intention to develop that level, and we're not required to develop that level of assessment for any of those environmental sensitive lands. What would happen is, if there was any particular changes outside that plan of management, or if there were activities contained in the plan of management that needed approval, they would go through the necessary environmental approvals processes and doing the studies and all those sorts of things as required.
Second question then is, what about reserve fire management plan strategies, like asset protection, which essentially has a reduction burns, or any ecological cultural burns to maintain sort of floristic and habitat structure? How are they dealt with in those reserves that contain bushland?
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you. Again, they're outside the plan of management, but they're actually dealt with on the site-specific case. If we need to do those for those specific sites, then we actually work on those APZs and undertake the necessary work just as part of our ongoing management.
Thank you.
So unlike other management authorities that manage bushland, does council have no obligation under the Rural Fires Act to prepare reserve fire management plans for bushland areas that it manages? There's no requirement to prepare a reserve fire management strategy to kind of zone that up into asset protection, strategic fire advantage, etc. You don't have to prepare an APZ. A reserve fire management plan.
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the specifics there, I'd probably take that one on notice to make sure I get the correct answer.
Thank you.
Look, the main environmental actions that I can see in there are and even in the DPNOP as well, relate to weed management from a legal perspective to deal with scheduled weeds. So I was sort of hoping that there could be some plans of management or statement of management intent for ecological restoration, which is actually a business. Ecological restoration is a business. I would like to put in an amendment, give or take, if you want to get rid of or not, And one of the amendment is for council to prepare a prioritised list of the reserves that will require a management statement of management intent to better guide the future use and conservation of those reserves. And 2 is council commit to preparing management plans or a statement of management intent as funds become available, and add those to the future DP and OP, noting that council work in partnership with volunteer organisations that are probably already preparing those on our behalf, e.g. June Care and Land Care. So I'm just looking for...
So you haven't got that in writing yet?
I do, yeah.
Have you emailed it?
No.
You could email it to Mr. Thorogood. We'll get it up on the screen, and Councillor Bain will consider whether he'll accept it into his motion.
While it's being put up on the screen, could we ask for advice from the General Manager about the
Possibilities
of doing that?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd consider it business in addition to or new business in relation to this, and I'd probably suggest that it's not something we plan, it's not something we're resourced for at all, and therefore I can't provide a response in relation to what that would look like. I'd suggest that Councillor White, you might want to put that up actually as a notice of motion, because then we can actually look at it and look at it properly instead of trying to do it quickly now.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I think it's because I do acknowledge exactly what you said. You followed the guidelines. This is a template. That's fine.
Okay.
But
So
managing bushland reserves is more than just about doing that. And I would like to see something else around, like a managed statement of management intent, which can just be a plan on a page or a full plan of management.
So,
and I would like
order.
to do that.
You're foreshadowing. You're foreshadowing a notice of motion.
I guess so.
Yeah, so we don't need to debate it now. I understand what you're saying, but we need to deal with Crown Land, which is in the motion put before us.
Hang on. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yes, you've got 10 seconds. No, I'll take it. Thank you.
I'll foreshadow a notice of motion.
No, you don't have to foreshadow. I was joking about that. We kind of get the idea you're going to do it for us. That's all. Thank you. Any further debate? There is no further debate. Councillor Bain, don't wish to add anything. I'll put the motion on the screen. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. We could get there very quickly. Before, there's a surprise for Mr. General Manager, but we've talked about it already. I'm going to move a mayoral minute very quickly, and I don't think there needs to be a debate. Council investigates and reports back to August Council on naming the Kemp Street Sport Complex Oval to the Terry Giddy OAM Sports Fields. That we need a report back, and the reason I'm putting it now is because August is the last council meeting with all of us before the council elections. And I don't need a seconder because it's called a mayoral. No. And do I need to read that out again? Anyone? Yes. Council investigates and reports back to August Council on renaming the Kemp Street Sports Complex Oval to the Terry Giddy OAM Sports Fields. And I can give those words to Mr. Thorogood later if he likes. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Carried. Thank you. 11.1 is a report from me on exciting time. It's on page 114. Delegates report, Local Government, New South Wales Rural and Regional Summit. It was held in Sydney on the 9th of May. I've given an extensive report, and the recommendation and the motion I now move is that Council receives and notes the report. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. directly speaking to it. Order. I just give myself 20 seconds. If you've read it, you might have questions, but as far as I'm concerned, I've written extensively about the speakers. I did get to meet the Premier, and I did ask him to come to Kempsey again, and I'm giving out autographed copies of the official photograph from the conference of me shaking hands with the Premier at no cost if you want an autographed copy. Thank you, Councillor Ring. It'll be on your wall. No one wishes to speak. Thank you. I put the motion. Is there any dissent? Declare it carried. We might see completion before the due date. 11.2 is a delegates report, Country Mayors Association May meeting, and I move the council receives a notice of report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Riddington, thank you. The meeting was especially important in that I spoke again to the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, the Honourable Jenny Atchison, who then attended the Country Mayors, and I had a lovely discussion with her. And as you can see from the report, there's a lot of information there. Very live wire. Professor Joseph Drew entertained the mayors and general managers really well. The audit office lady came and told us how they're fulfilling their role, and they can audit up to 3 councils a year, and luck of the draw could happen. And finally, the chair of IPART explained how they've gone about their business in rate pegging and what's going on with the information. And she said there's lots of information. Go and read it at the IPART website. So looking for fun time reading, go to the IPART website. Any questions, comments? Councillor Riddington.
Yep, thank you. I really enjoyed the session I attended on Friday. Thank you very much for inviting me. But I think you might like to mention Jo Kelly and the speech that she very kindly did for us over dinner.
That was a Country Mayors Conference.
Oh, am I doing the wrong thing?
Yes.
Oh, what a terrible shame.
Yes, I can't tell you how
Please
well
accept
we
my
had a
abject
dinner, and
apologies.
I can't tell you that Jo Kelly was a special guest, and she entertained everyone for over half an hour.
She was brilliant.
But I can't tell you that.
No,
that's a future report. Yes. Thank you. No further discussion. I put the motion. Any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Come to 11.3. Councillor Bain, your recommendation that the council receives a notice of report. You move it, and I need a seconder.
I'll move that. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Butterfield. Thank you.
On the 9th of May, I did a online training with the local government New South Wales and understanding local government finance as part of what I agreed to do in November when I supported the proposal for a application for a special rate variation. So I've been working with residents and ratepayers seeking advice. I've been analysing financial documents with key staff, and I've done that training to improve my financial literacy. One of the key learnings was about the legal obligations of councillors in supporting strategic planning, ensuring sound financial management, and maintaining intergenerational equity. That's really key learning. Part of our legal obligations as councillors to monitor progress and ensure that the council is being compliant and to make decisions based on the evidence that we have. Financial stewardship, as Councillor Saul pointed out earlier, is a key. It's about making considered decisions, balancing the services expectations of the community, what we can afford to deliver, and also the assets, how we maintain those assets now and into the future. It's balancing between staff and contractors. Is it more value for us to have staff to do work or to contract work out? And we need to also have an understanding of structural and cyclic deficits. Cyclic deficits are due to economic factors that will change as the economy turns around. Those structural deficits are the ones that we have to make those difficult decisions about. How do we manage surplus and deficit? Do we manage surplus by putting it away for a rainy day and hanging on to it to manage those cyclical deficits that we know are going to happen, or do we spend it on new projects or infrastructure? And the importance of that we need, and the advice from the Office of Local Government and Local Government New South Wales is about the need to raise and service debt. And I note that we are working well, the debt level of Kempsey Shire Council is well within the Office of Local Government benchmarks. And lastly, it sounds strange, but it's really important that councillors are able to read and understand financial reports. So, for example, the income statement, which uses the accrual accounting. So income and expenditure are managed when income is earned and when expenditures incurred, regardless of cash flow. Cash flow statement is another piece of the pie, and I had an interesting conversation over lunch, I think, with Mr. Thorogood about all of this money came in on like June the 29th or June the 30th last year, just before the financial year, and there's this huge spike in income and it makes it look really amazing, like we're wallowing in cash. But those cash flow statements help us as councillors to understand and manage that we have sufficient cash reserves to cover a minimum of 3 months of operations, very much along the line of why we need to borrow money. And the balance sheet brings it all together: what we own and what we owe, where we are, what our net equity is, and the health of the organisation. So that was kind of the upshot of what, in a nutshell, of what was only a 4-hour course. But I would recommend, and I can't put this in the report because I can only note the report, but I would encourage councillors in the new council to participate in external training in local government finance, to enhance knowledge and skills, improve governance, decision making and service delivery. External training because much as we've got great expertise within our council staff, the external trainers are like adult educators, and the things that I've been told before, I've heard from council staff but didn't really fully understand, suddenly clicked and made sense. And it actually, there were people in that course that had done it 2 or 3 times to find, it takes a while to get, because the local government finance is extremely complex. So thank you for considering this report.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and Mr. General Manager will understand it one day too. I'm way behind you. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. I'll now be asking Mr. Thorogood to read out those decisions made in confidential, please, before I close the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there were 2 matters that were passed as part of the consensus motion and 1 in confidential session. In relation to item 12.1 legal matters, Council resolved that Council receives and notes the report. In relation to item 12.2 Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes 8th of May 2024, Council resolved that Council notes the draft meeting minutes from the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee 8th of May 2024. And in relation to item 12.3 Kempsey Regional Saleyards Infrastructure Upgrade Tender TQE 24/44, Council resolved that Council 1 notes the attached tender evaluation report, 2 authorises the General Manager to enter into a GC21 construction contract, design and construct, with Van Mal Group for the tendered amount of $5,284,000 including GST, and 3 authorises the General Manager to approve claims and variations relating to the GC21 contract TQE 23/44 between Kempsey Shire Council and Van Mal Group up to the total value of the grant-funded project budget to deliver the scope of the project, including any amendments as approved or directed by the grant funding body.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thorogood. Before I adjourn the meeting, I'd like to thank everyone for your diligence today to keeping on task. Very great debate, and yes, some of us were in the minority on some votes, and that's how it happens when you have a democracy. Thank you to everyone who participated and voted the way you thought you should, and that is what we do on council. It's been a difficult day and some of the major decisions we've made, but I thank you all, and I look forward to our second last meeting together next month. I adjourn the meeting.